Just showing the laptop. Hope you guys like this setup. Good morning. Happy Monday. It's almost the 4th, you guys. Hope you guys ready to barbecue, because I know I am. But let's play the video.
Black America has to stop being soft about this public degeneracy. We have to stop acting like every standard is oppression. We have to stop acting like every correction is betrayal. We have to stop acting like every criticism of public disorder is respectability politics. Respectability alone won't save us, but the absence of standards will continue to destroy us. There's a difference between loving our people and making excuses for conduct that gets our people harmed and stereotyped and policed and feared and prosecuted and killed. Let me tell you what we need to do. Somebody type solutions. We got money now. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. We're not poor people on the plantation anymore.
Good morning, man. Good morning.
So what we need to do, each and every one of y'all, we need to shame people back into conformity. I want y'all to break out y'all Twitter fingers. You understand? We need to shame them. You need to roast them like a Thanksgiving Day ham. You hear me? We're not shaming people because they're poor.
Good morning, Brian. Good morning, Brian. Good morning,
because they're
everybody.
struggling. Okay? We're not shaming people because they're doing their best. But we do need to shame this destructive behavior. And anybody who calls you a sellout, a coon, a boule, a wannabe white, for shaming these people for this public lawlessness.
You guys like this setup better compared to the other ones? I'm pretty sure this is better.
For shaming folk for glorification of murder or trying to protect criminals and crooks. You understand? We need to shame this fatherless lifestyle. We need to shame vulgarity, which is being sold to our culture through rap songs or whatever. We need to shame entitlement that was been sold to us as justice. We need to shame all this begging being done and sold to us as politics. We need to shame people who have nothing to offer Black people except grievance, disorder, and excuses. Because the people with the microphone are not always the people building anything. Some of the loudest voices are not building schools and banks and businesses and families and churches and farms and trade programs and law firms and medical networks and media institutions or political power. They're building followings of Black pain. Look at the internet right now. If you get on the internet and lie to people and tell them what they want to hear and tell them they're oppressed, they will follow you by the million. That's why I ain't got but 100,000.
Right.
They don't want to hear what I got to say. We teaching responsibility over here.
Right. They don't want to hear the truth. Like you got Willie D out here, you know what I'm saying? Still pushing this bullshit lie about Carmelo being jumped. There's another tape out there that they're not showing. Just constantly lying, man. And this guy got 1 million followers. Insane. You know, I'm grateful for what I got. I'm cool because I'm here to show you guys common sense, the truth, and learn with you guys, you know, and grow. Other than that, these people out here just lying for, you know what I'm saying, for clicks and for views. And that's sad, man. You got people out here that's lost and they looking for leaders. And these guys out here just being bogus with it. Always trusting God and Jesus #1, period. But, you know, you got some leaders out here that's supposed to be meant to look good and do good, and they out here foul. And then people out here following them. You gotta do better, people. Pastors out here lying for the money. Man, let's continue.
Because, see, a lot of those people turn Black suffering into content. They turn Black dysfunction into entertainment. They turn Black grievance into a brand. They're telling people
he's still our president.
What they are owed, but they're not teaching people what they have to build. They're teaching people how to complain, but they're not showing people how to govern themselves. They're teaching people how to demand, but not how to own. And those people have to be confronted. The beggars have to be confronted. The professional victims have to be confronted. The low-minded influence have to be confronted. The people who celebrate chaos have to be confronted. The people who call every form of discipline white supremacy or racism or bigotry have to be confronted. The people who act like Black liberation means rejecting order and family and work and education and marriage and ownership and moral responsibility have to be confronted by you.
Yeah, this guy here, man, he's a good lawyer. I've been checking him out the last 2 weeks since this Camelo thing started. Check him out, man. Good people.
They can't be allowed to remain the public face of Black America while the builders sit quietly in the background. Y'all don't see me doing it. Don't invite me on your broadcast. I'm going to say it. Somebody
Right.
type Uncle D
Willie
don't tell
D.
me.
And Willie D still,
Uncle D don't hold back.
still pushing the lie.
Have y'all noticed that? See, we got to push them folk to the background. There's a place for them.
Yep.
But the builders need to step forward. The disciplined people have to step forward. The serious people have to step forward.
Right.
The fathers have to step forward. The mothers have to step forward. The doctors, the lawyers, the teachers, the engineers, the business owners, the judges, the tradesmen, the professors, the executives, the institution builders have to step forward. The pastors have to step forward. The church folk have to step forward. We have to become a force.
Yeah.
We have to stop letting the lowest, loudest, most reckless people define what Blackness looks like to the world. This isn't about trying to impress white folk or any folk. This is about survival at this point. This is about legal reality. This is about image control in a world where image can become evidence, fear can become an argument, and racial perception can become part of the reasonableness standard or actions of other people. If Blackness itself becomes the target because of these other people's lived experiences, based on what they see on the internet of us, what we doing, then your suit won't save you. Your law degree won't save you. That big shiny car won't save you. That medical degree won't save you.
All right, fight.
Hell, all them
fight for common sense and
vowels
truth.
in your last name and your African or Caribbean accent won't save you. Your femaleness won't save you. Your gated community won't save you. Your title won't save you. Your resume won't save your son when somebody sees him as a threat before they see him as a human being. And that's why we have to continue building. We have to force our way to the forefront. We have to force our way into leadership positions. Listen to me. We have to be on school boards and city councils and county commissions and state legislators and judicial benches and police oversight boards and zoning boards and hospital boards and bank boards and university boards.
Right.
And media companies. Good
morning, Chad. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Black Guy 9. Beautiful Bill, Matt. Good morning, everybody. Appreciate you guys.
And construction contracts and land development projects and chambers of Congress and commerce and every institution that decides who gets power and who gets ignored. We can't keep shouting from the sidewalk while other people run the building. And we also have to protect ourselves against outside agitators. Listen to me. Everybody's speaking the language of Black liberation and pro-Black and all that blackity black. They're not here to liberate Black people. Some of these people just want to make us angry. They just want us to get loud and not strategic. These people are racially conscious but economically weak. They're politically active, but institutionally dependent. They divided on gender, class, age, ideology, hell, complexion, skin color. You got people dividing biracials from whether their mama is white or the daddy is white. That's about crazy as a bag of wet cats. I'm blacker than you. My mama white. My daddy black though. Hey, y'all crazy as hell.
Not much black guy now. Chilling.
See, they want us begging and blaming and marching and posting and reacting while somebody else owns the land and controls the courts and controls the schools and controls the banks and controls the police and controls the media and controls the capital. We have to reject that. Look, America owes black people. White America did wrong to us back then when they burnt down all our stuff. But you know we did rebuild. That's evident by what we have now. We're richer now than we were then.
Right.
So what does that say? Yeah, the courts did us wrong. I get that. The banks did us wrong. But if our final answer is only they owe us.
That's crazy. It's about the party switch, John Patrick. It's about the party switch. That's stupid. The name, still the name. The people might have switched far as, you know what I'm saying, based on the policy they had, free shit. But other than that, yeah, the party never switched. Why he died in the Civil War? White people died in the Civil War. You know what I'm saying? The North Side and the South Side, they fought with us. You know, I don't get it.
Against a system that we still depend on. That's not power, is it? Power is ownership. Power is discipline. Power is law. Power is land, family, capital, education, organization.
It never changed. Democrats will never change.
That can protect the next generation. We have to build the United States of America because this is our country. You understand what I'm saying? We're not outsiders. This is our country. Our ancestors built this country. Our blood is in the soil. We did it for unpaid labor. We fought in all the wars. We worked in the fields. We built the cities, cleaned the homes, raised the children, staffed the hospitals, taught the students, preached in the churches, held the communities together. Even when the country didn't give us anything, they just held us in contempt. But we don't need to run from America. We need to claim our position in America. We need to master its institutions. We need to build our own infrastructure and force respect through organized power. And we have to rebuild Black infrastructure, which we've neglected. That means schools, families, churches, businesses, banks, credit unions, farms, trade programs, legal networks, medical networks, insurance companies, media platforms, civic organizations, political machines, youth programs, marriage culture, fatherhood culture, motherhood culture, health culture, discipline culture, ownership culture. We need full reconstruction of Black institutional life inside the United States. So the message is simple. The upper echelon, Black America, you can't sit in comfort while degenerates define the image and beggars define the politics. I don't tell you who to vote for. Vote your interest. Okay? But you also have a lot of outside agitators, right, are defining an agenda for us. And you got these ideological race hustlers trying to define the future. We need to step forward. We need to confront it. We need to correct it. We need to shame it. We need to build over it. We need to push it to the background. We need to take leadership. Because when Blackness itself is the target, private success isn't enough. Respectability alone won't save us. But power, discipline, ownership, infrastructure, image control, family structure, legal awareness, and collective standards just might.
There you go. How y'all feel about the Haitians?
America's doors are closed fully to asylum seekers. We've set up agreements where if you want asylum, then we will find a country elsewhere in the world to take you. It's very simple, a very elegant, a very complete solution.
Administration consider Haiti a safe country now?
For Haitians, absolutely.
For Haitians?
Yes. Yes, so yes, Haitians live in Haiti. It's not our position that Haitians should leave Haiti. I mean, it'd be crazy for us to say that Haitians couldn't live in Haiti. It's their country. Of course Haitians should live in Haiti.
It's just BS. Sorry, my take. What's yours?
Absolutely. And you know what? The inhumanity of it all, and coming from someone like Stephen Miller, and as you can see that his uncle have been spoken publicly, the fact that he...
Right, we all God's children, you know? Yes, we are definitely God's children. All of us. What up, Patrick? What up? Everything good?
Himself will not have been able to be here or survive due to the fact that their own family had to flee Eastern Europe in search of safety and protection. And the reality is we saw and we know that most of the cruel immigration policies have been coming from Stephen Miller.
Yeah.
The evil that continues to come from those people, we have to center that in the fact that we are dealing with deep anti-Black, anti-other.
How y'all get mad about the thing? It's called temporary protection of service. It's temporarily. And some of these people have stayed over 10 years, damn near 30 years or more. This is crazy. They stayed too long and they didn't get their visa up to date. If y'all took care of y'all shit, how y'all can't get y'all. If y'all took care of y'all situation, you can't get mad. You good, but you ain't take care of it, so you gotta go. That's crazy. I had watched this clip this morning where it's a husband and wife from Haiti, and she's been here since 22, and I think she's part in her 40s. But either way it goes, she goes to the airport with a fake ID. Her and her husband come to the airport with a fake ID. So she going from, I think, Atlanta to New Jersey or something like that. But either way it go, she was here bogus. Said she got her ID, her driver license and her state ID from a Thai shop here in America. Instead of going to the real DMV, she went somewhere underhand, bogus. But yeah, she got detained and went back. You gotta do right, people, man. You gotta come to America and respect America. The Constitution, number one. The Constitution. I don't understand how people keep electing these people, like in New York, when it comes to Constitution. They supposed to dead to America. They don't like America. They don't love America. But yet these people are being elected to be in office. They don't respect the Constitution. And that's the whole point of being in office, to respect the Constitution. And these people don't. And they get elected. Zoran Mandami, number one. That's crazy, man. We got to outvote these people, y'all. We got to get out there early and vote, because these liberals and Democrats, they got nothing but free time in their hands. While we at work, they out here tripping. You know what I'm saying? We working, they tripping.
Racism and prejudice, and we have the proof to show it. And the words that continues to come out of Stephen Miller and people like him are the reason that we have to continue to fight to make sure that we get protection for people seeking safety and asylum, especially for those who are already in the United States under TPS. And I know the false narrative. It says temporary, yes, but people have to understand
a false narrative.
It is temporary based
it says
on
temporary.
current country
it says
condition.
it.
And people tend to always leave the complete sentence out of why TPS was given into the first place. Currently, Haiti is in the worse place than it was in 2010 when it was first designated.
Well, we got to start saying stuff, man. You can't come to America flying the flags like that, man.
We got.
I was saying, I get you left your country. That was your birth spot and everything. You was from there, but don't be coming to America flying that shit. They find out of respect for America, I get it. But other than that, they out here tripping, man. They're not assimilating. That's the whole point. Hey, look at this guy, Roland Martin. Trash. Still in that plantation, man. Get off the plantation.
Talk about the black liberal meltdown that is currently happening over the Supreme Court.
Why they think they owe
President Trump
something?
forcing Haitian.
Right, how you a foreigner come to America and they think the Constitution applies to you? That's not how that works. No. And that's the problem. They're not respect the Constitution. They ain't trying to read the Constitution. They want to come over here and then they get elected. That's mind blowing. They get elected and they telling you blankly on social media and other platforms they don't like America, but yet they get elected. Amazing.
To go back home because temporary means temporary. Okay?
Yeah, him and
liberals don't understand the definition
really
of words,
still
right? They think
defending Mello.
temporary means permanent, which is the intention of all of their little immigration programs, right? The programs that they use in order to get around the actual law.
Obviously, you're correct that the T in TPS stands for temporary. The Trump administration's argument
That's obvious. That's it.
Said this was only supposed to last 18 months. My understanding of how the process works is the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security has the discretion to extend it if the U.S. State Department says that the countries that these people are from are still considered unsafe, which is why
Greg Foreman, he be coming with it, man.
TPS status to begin with. Is it the position of the Trump administration that
I like how he be showing you
is
different
a
angles
safe
and different
country
news
to
outlets?
send these people to?
Well, we take a lot of things in consideration. Secretary Rubio, the president, and I have had multiple conversations about this. Obviously, you
call the corners, not the cops. That's good. I like that one. You call the corners, not the cops. Right. AOC is silly as hell. A bogus ass bartender. Insane. And then she talk about the white man bad, but yeah, her boyfriend is white. I don't understand how these people be dissing the white people, talking about white supremacy. And yeah, you got them married too. Either dating or married to somebody that's white. Insane.
And isn't quite just that simple. And keep in mind, a lot of these individuals haven't been here 18 months. They've been here 18 years. Some of them have been here 20 years, 30 years. They've had plenty of time to reestablish their status inside the United States. They just chose not to. Then there's some that has been here underneath the Biden administration that took advantage of an open border. And those individuals didn't really come over here because they needed to protect a status. They came over here because they were taking advantage of a weak leadership. So what we want, and the president has made this very clear, those that are coming to this country legally, they need to be able to contribute to the United States, not be a burden on the taxpayers. And so we are continuing looking at our temporary protected status. Those individuals that do need assistance because of the country they're in, we're always looking at them.
And from what I heard, the Haitians have been tripping. They ain't like trying to assimilate. They still stuck. They ain't trying to assimilate to America. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying all of them, but how they put it, like the majority of them not trying to do their job as far as coming to America do the right way. They say you're causing fights, breaking the laws, no driver license, just reckless. That's crazy.
There isn't a more generous country in the world than the United States, but we don't want people to take advantage of it.
Right. But do you maintain that it is safe in Haiti to send these people back?
Well, I think, like I said, Jake, this is a decision that's being made from the State Department, from myself and the president. And there's a lot of things that we look at.
Well, I think since the 90s, I think there was. Temporary status since the 90s.
One factor that plays into this.
The reason I ask is because I heard Stephen Miller, who's
driving people out, no discussion,
say that Haiti is safe for Haitians.
Okay, right.
And I just looked at the State Department's website, and they have a level 4 do not travel advisory for Haiti just from a few months ago, from April, and it says, quote, violent crime is rampant. That's because gang, organized crime, and terrorist activity has led to widespread violence. Crimes involving firearms are common. Crimes include robbery, carjacking,
right, 35 years to get a driver license. That's crazy.
That doesn't sound safe to me.
Well, that do not travel is not for Haitians. That's do not travel for the United States because they are kidnapping or trying to kidnap individuals from the United States because they feel like their family has the money to pay the ransom. We have do not travel in places in Mexico or advisory warnings. In fact, if you go through our website in the State Department, you'll see there's advisories to a lot of places that are vacation destinations that we have advisories on because of the real risk to America Americans. That doesn't mean it's a risk to the individuals that live there. So that isn't that advisory is to American citizens traveling to Haiti, not Haitians going back home.
We've imported hundreds of thousands of Haitians under so-called temporary protected status, and they've been here for at least a decade, okay? And it is time for that temporary protected status to expire, and the administration has decided that they're not going to renew it. That is over, it's done, that it's time for them to go back, okay? And the Supreme Court backed up the president.
Temporarily.
The president has discretion and authority to decide.
I don't understand how the Democrats trying to reword everything.
They're not protected anymore, right? Like
that's the thing about the Democrats. If there's something good, they make it bad. You know what I'm saying? It's always the opposite with these people. That's insane. That's insane how they make everything the opposite.
They got to leave. They got to go back home, right? They got to go back to Haiti, which, according to these people, you're not supposed to say anything bad about this country that they don't want Haitians to go back to for whatever reason.
And Haitians so good.
Again, the meltdowns here are pretty hilarious because they're upset that individuals like Megyn Kelly and others, Stephen Miller, they're making arguments.
Right. Somebody has said that if you call Haiti a shithole, you know what I'm saying, you're racist. Instead of admitting the fact that it is a shithole, they're gonna call you racist. You know what I'm saying? That's stupid too. These people are insane.
For why is it that Haitians need to go back, right? That their time is up, and that temporary means temporary.
The thing that's crazy here, you have, and if you want to understand how MAGA thinks, you want to understand why they're thinking this way, all you have to do is listen to that violent racist Megyn Kelly, who showed her ass when she said this.
For over a dozen years. Go home. Get out. We know our country's better than yours. That's because we filled it with our work ethic and our culture and our values. You being here only dilutes it for us, those who built it and live it. And half of you people, more than half of you, won't assimilate. We don't want you. We don't care if you're offended. Get out. Go home. Go back to fucking Haiti. Sorry.
Damn.
I'm thinking about our friends in Ohio who've been dealing with these TPS Haitians for years now, who are drunk driving all over their towns and killing people. This is the whole cats and dogs thing. Like, they don't want to live like Americans live. And this was supposed to be a temporary, it was supposed to be temporary help. And it's turned into another backdoor way of allowing someone permanent residency here. And they take advantage of all of our public services. And
let's just be real clear. Megyn Kelly is a fucking idiot.
Damn.
And the reason she's a fucking idiot is because she just sat there and repeated the...
Right, I don't trust Megyn Kelly either, you know what I'm saying? I'm red pill for forever. She black pill every now and then. She be a red pill, all that wishy-washy. Stay one way, man. Stay one way. So, yeah, I don't trust her either. But she do come with some good talking points when it comes to certain things. So you gotta be, what they call it, the spirit discernment to pick it out.
Bullshit lie about cats and dogs. That was a story made up by a white woman who actually had her dog returned. It's a bullshit lie. But not only that, it also shows you how this airhead so-called lawyer hasn't even read shit. Okay? She went on and on and on, Nicole, about, our culture. Heifer, let me explain something to you. The largest land purchase in the United States was a Louisiana purchase, which was a result of slave revolt in Haiti in 1804. You talk about culture? You don't have fucking culture, Megyn Kelly, without Haitians. What the hell do you think New Orleans is?
Megyn Kelly unleashes racism against Haitians. She's trying to get her base back. Okay? The base of bigoted people. Here it is.
They don't want to live like Americans live. And this was supposed to be a temporary, it was supposed to be temporary help. And it's turned into another backdoor way of allowing someone permanent residency here. And they take advantage of all of our public services.
What smart. Megyn Kelly, Fox News doesn't even want you. You got let go. I think it was after you said that Santa Claus and Jeep.
This is a YouTuber named Nate the Lawyer. He said that this guy right here talking, he got bogus credentials and degrees from overseas, from places he never even been. But some odd reason he got some degrees, I guess, from online, whatever. So I don't trust this guy either. I think he with the Turks. Yeah, this guy, he's trash.
Those were white men. Put it up full mask. Included that in the
black supremacy. Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
he included that because extrajudicial comments are allowed.
He had a debate with Jesse Clinton, with Jesse Lee. Him and Jesse Lee was trying to go at it, but he ended up cutting Jesse off.
Okay, it's allowed.
Yeah, Jesse was getting them upset. He's calling Black Lives Matter ladies fat black lesbians, and he ain't like that. He's calling fat black lesbians, and he ain't like that. And they Marxists, and they said he Marxists. I don't know Marxists in America. That's not cool. USA, America first, you know?
He's attempting to dissuade from the legal scholarship argument of those extrajudicial comments that Trump has made over the years that would point to his bigoted state of mind. And so he makes a throwaway statement to neutralize it, okay? Because he's well aware
if you haven't
that
already.
these statements do have weight in the Supreme Court.
Look, this has been going on for over a dozen years. Go home. Get out. We know our country's better than yours. That's because we filled it with our work ethic and our culture and our values. You being here only dilutes it for us, those who built it and live it. And half of you people, more than half, you won't assimilate. We don't want you. We don't care if you're offended. Get out. Go home. Go back to fucking Haiti. Sorry.
You know how Americans stand to thwart drunk driving. That is something Americans don't drunk drive. What she's doing there, this is kind of a wider thing, is she is vice signaling. This is like, yeah, fuck you. I hate everybody. This is I'm a terrible person, and I'm going to perform that because, I'm just standing up for our friends in Ohio. Like, because, Megyn Kelly, who is an extraordinarily wealthy woman, who has been an extraordinarily wealthy woman for a very long time, is also got her ear to the ground in Springfield, Ohio, because I am sure that she is spending a lot of time just with everyday folks in Springfield, Ohio, which, and I'm sure she's not just getting emails from people who are already mad about it, who are also listeners of the Megyn Kelly Show.
Woman.
She's getting like real deal contextual information from the good people of Springfield, Ohio.
I think you're kind of nice to Megyn Kelly there, because what Megyn Kelly is doing is she's being a rancid bitch. That's what she's doing. I'm sorry. Like, that is all she's doing. She's like, you can call it vice signaling. That's just, that's like the Winnie the Pooh in the tuxedo version of what she's doing. But she's being a rancid bitch. And the idea that, like, there's this great American culture, and it's like, we built this. It's like, Megyn Kelly, you didn't build shit. Like, she didn't build she has not built any lasting cultural touchdown. Like, she's added nothing to the culture. All she's trying to do is rip the country apart, undermine what made America.
Yeah, so you say that you're that. Now, the common theme of these individuals who are really mad at Stephen Miller and individuals like Megyn Kelly for their rant against Haitians being here permanently, right? The common thing is, well, see, you white people, you didn't build anything, right? You have no culture, and that you owe Haitians everything, right? Haitians are the reason why we have culture in this country. Haitians built everything, and therefore they're entitled to stay forever, right? That's essentially the gist of the arguments here. Now, I want to continue my coverage of the meltdowns here, because again, these people just can't accept the fact that as the law was written, again, it gives the president the discretion to decide whether or not he wants to extend temporary protected status to any group of immigrants, okay? He got rid of it for Venezuelans, okay? He's doing it for Haitians. It's not really a race thing. It's the fact that we've had mass migration into the country for decades, okay? And enough is enough, okay? when you have these people being imported in mass, again, that's the problem. In mass, okay, I just want to be clear. In mass, that's an issue, okay? It's just another backdoor way.
Right, Greg. You say you like. I like how when you don't like someone,
and when they come in, Democrats never want them to
be
leave,
frustrated,
even though they're
with
supposed
your
to
own
leave,
BS in your
right?
head. Right,
And again,
with your own
that's
BS in
the
your
issue
head.
with these people. They don't seem to understand the definition of work. It's just like they don't seem to understand how
Bring
the
back
law
to the
works,
silence.
right? And why the president is allowed to do this, okay? And no amount of crying racism, hate, and bigotry is going to change it. It's not going to change anything. So, without further ado, let's continue our coverage of the meltdown here.
Donald Trump would not own up to any of this. In fact, these racists will not own up to any of this because we know exactly who they are. And do understand, when you look at the ruling that was in this case, you had Supreme Court Justice Sam Alito, who pretty much said that, there was no racial bias involved in this. There was no racial bias that precipitated the Trump administration from targeting these Haitians. And you sat there and you were like, did that fool actually say this? Yeah, this is what he said in the opinion. Some statements express great displeasure with TPS. They note, among other things, that TPS designations have often been far from temporary and that aliens who are allowed to the state of the United States under the program are not vetted like other aliens who seek admission. But this is, go back further. This is what he says. None of the cited statements by either the president or the secretary was overtly racial. And in substance, all express policy views that could rest on race-neutral justifications.
He good, Red Hood.
Extreme Court Justice Samuel Alito, that idiot, that January 6th supporter, him and his wife, actually said, oh no.
See how these bring up this random stuff? January 6th, Jim Crow. They got nothing to do with what's going on. People in January 6th did their time. They got pardoned. They should even stay that long in jail anyway. And they already know the man said go peacefully. People was there, testimonies. They was there saying like, no, he said this. And we already seen the audio wasn't cut. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, they're just BSing, man. I'm surprised this guy's still on the internet, Roland Martin. But I get it. People like to be lied to. People like to be sent off. That's sad.
Oh, the things that they expressed, that stuff wasn't racial. I can't believe that y'all would sit here and say those things. Yeah. In her dissenting opinion, Supreme Court Justice Elena Kagan said, your punk ass is a liar. She said, here's some of those statements. Haitians are eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live in Springfield, Ohio. Haitians are also eating other things too they're not supposed to be. Haitians in the United States probably have AIDS. Haiti is a shithole country, which is filthy, dirty, and disgusting. Haitian immigration is like a death wish for our country. And Haitians, along with some others, are poisoning the blood of our country. Why is it we only take people from shithole countries like Haiti and Somalia? Why cannot we have some people from Norway and Sweden? The majority briefly replies that those remarks are not, quote, overtly racial. But it is hard to know what that means. Haitians are black. Norwegians and Swedes, not so much. The references of filth, disease, and primitiveness are shot through with racial stereotypes and tropes. It is hard to imagine the statements being made today of any white community. No very sensitive inquiry of the kind Arlington Heights compels is needed to see them for what they are. Judges, as we often say, are not required to exhibit a naivete from which ordinary citizens are free. The statements fairly shout in their racial undertones and overtones alike that race entered into the president's resolve to remove Haitians from this country. But folks, the racist attacks ain't just on Haitians. It's on Somalians. And it comes from other members of the Republican Party, such as Tom Emmer. Listen to this gross disrespect of Somalians.
Guess what? There is nothing racist about calling out a criminal. So when I say that...
Right.
It's time. It's time. I mean, this is what they do in the great state of Minnesota. You know, our culture, that Scandinavian culture. By the way, I better make it clear before I go any farther. Minnesotans, are there any here? Good. Then let me just say, okay, well, born, you're wearing that hat. You must be from northern Minnesota, the Iron Range. No, probably closer to Iowa. No, I'm going to leave that alone. The reason I bring it up is because I tell people regularly, Minnesota did not create passive-aggressive behavior, but we did perfect it, okay? And I happen to be more on the aggressive side, which doesn't always work in Minnesota, as Ralph will tell you. You know, sometimes Minnesotans are so afraid that you're going to call us a racist, you're going to call us an Islamophobe, you're going to call us some name that we just don't want to get into that fight. You know what? I would argue that I never did care, but I'm done being careful, even the least bit careful.
Right.
I don't really
ain't clapping. Some of them ain't clapping. What's going on, ladies? Y'all like what he's saying?
You have to understand, you're coming here to be an American. We celebrate everyone's culture. We're happy with that, as long as you are an American. Celebrate your culture. I don't care. Italian, Polish, Somali, okay? But they don't assimilate. And if they don't assimilate, then they should go the hell back to where they came from.
How is that racist? He's right. You think that's about it?
Sorry, Ralph, I know this is a family show.
Right. Gotta keep on pressing one for English. Come on, y'all.
I help myself today. Yeah. It's a...
Oh, so that's how we gonna roll, Tom Emmer? Okay, and y'all need to understand, Chief Racist Stephen Miller, this is what he actually said after the Supreme Court ruling yesterday.
Well, Roland Martin, you racist.
Yeah. So you see that, you heard that, right? Now, notice how is always, well, these comments were racist, right? Racist comments. Now, I can't say that the comments were racist, right? That the liberal Supreme Court justice outlawed, because as Samuel Alito argued, like none of those comments were race-based, right? In the sense that you could easily say, well, those comments were based off country. It is in fact true, right? That we tend to take immigrants from countries like Somalia, Haiti, some of these other places, right? And not from Sweden or Norway, right? That's true, right? Like that's just a true statement. Now, these people are racializing it, but notice how throughout all the accusations, it's racist, it's racist, it's racist. They never say it's a lie, right? They'll call you a racist, but they will never call you a liar, okay? They can't say that this is a lie. Why can't they say it's a lie? Okay, if I say that Haiti is a shithole country, they're never going to call me a liar. They're going to call me a racist. Why are they going to call me a racist?
See what I'm saying, y'all? They'll call you a racist. They'll call them. Then
they would be
call you racist speaking the truth.
Well, hold on now. Haiti's not that bad, right? Haiti's an amazing country. If Haiti's not a shithole, as these people get so offended by, right? If it's not a shithole, then what's the problem with them going back? You can't have it both ways. You can't be upset when people acknowledge that, hey, Haiti's not a great country. Right. And part of the reason why Haiti's not a great country is because, hey, they got some internal corruption problems. Right. They got some issues amongst their own people. There's a reason why the Dominicans, the neighboring country right beside them, there's a reason why they got a nice big border wall. There's a reason why there's almost zero tolerance for illegal mass immigration from Haiti into the Dominican Republic. There's a reason why those black and brown people don't want them. There's a reason. Okay. Even though they share an island. Has any of the pro-blacks ever complained about that? Has any of the pro-blacks ever said, why is it that the Dominicans don't really want the Haitians in their country, right?
Damn.
No, they've never said anything about that, right? It's only the white man's burden to take in all of the third world, right? It's only the white man's burden. It's nobody else's burden, right? Everybody else is allowed to enforce their laws, right? When they so-called black and brown countries say, no, we're good. We don't want individuals from other places in our country. We don't want mass migration. We want to keep our culture the same, okay? We want to be us, okay? We don't want to import a bunch of people from other countries, right? Crickets, silence. These people have nothing to say. They have no issues. But again, it's only the Western countries. It's only the white countries that are required to take in everybody, right? But again, they never call you a liar when you state the facts about some of these countries, right? They never call you a liar. Because again, if the countries were so great, if they were so amazing, then there's no reason for them not to go back to that great country. Now, I personally think that it is not a great thing to drain a country like Haiti or even Somalia as well too, right? Of all of their great people, right? Because they tell us these people are so great. They do so much here in the United States. They contribute so much. It's going to be a disaster if all the Haitians that are working in the healthcare system, if they go back to their home country, it's going to be a disaster for the United States. Our healthcare system is going to fall apart, right? This is the argument that they make. So why is it okay for us to drain all those talented people from Haiti? Why is it okay for us to take all those talented people and to leave Haiti with the people who are not so talented, right? Why is that okay? How does that make Haiti better? Isn't the whole point is that Haiti is supposed to get better, right? That the conditions are supposed to get better. How is it supposed to get better in Haiti if we take all of their talented people, right?
How?
If anything, if Haiti's going to get better, the talented people need to stay. They shouldn't be fleeing, right? They should stay in their country and make their country great, right? Make their country great. That's what I'm for. That's what I'm for. I'm for Haitians, the great Haitians in this country, going back to their country and making their country great. That is what I'm for, right? I'm not for draining all of their talent so that they can work for slave wages in the United States. I'm not for that. I'm for them, again, making their own country a better place so they can live peacefully and prosper in their own country. But again, they'll call you a racist for that, right? They'll call you a racist for acknowledging reality. But again, notice how absent of all the criticism, right, of Megyn Kelly, Stephen Miller, Trump, the Supreme Court, notice how absent of all the criticism, it's never the accusation of, well, see, they're lying about Haiti. Haiti's an amazing place.
Amazing.
That is never a part of the criticism.
Nope.
So that's my opinion on this. I just find this to be hilarious how these people are losing their minds. Ultimately, temporary means temporary. It's just another way to get around the vetting process. We have a system for legal immigration in this country, right? Where people have to be vetted, okay? And TPS is just another way to get around the vetting process, just like allowing all these asylum seekers in mass is just another way to get around the vetting process. Yeah, and we're putting a stop to that. We're putting a stop to it, okay? We're not going to turn our country into Europe. That's what these people want. They want our country to be like countries that are not as good as our country. And I'm just not going to stand for it, right? I'm personally am not going to be okay with it. We cannot import the third world into our country en masse. We can't do it, okay? We have an immigration system. We have a process that people have to go through, an orderly process where vetting happens and, you know, there's expectations of assimilation into the Anglo-Saxon / Anglo-Protestant culture that made this country great in the first place, okay? But again, liberals can't stand that because having an actual, you know, real process of vetting and again expectations of assimilation, that goes against the cultural Marxist agenda of trying to import more people into the country so that, you know, there's less white people as a whole, right? As a proportion of the total.
All these central banks over in Europe saying, give me, I want it all back, every single last dime of it. Look at France, for goodness sakes. Wow, France is going out and repurchasing all of its gold out of the New York Fed. It took 129 tons of gold from the New York Federal Reserve between July 25 and January of 26. It's now storing all of its gold domestically. This is kind of important when you think about what's happening next month. The meeting in Ankara, Turkey, the NATO meeting, and we've told everybody you got to pay your 5%. And not everybody's paying their 5%. I mean, Poland might be the only one that's forking over any money. Heck, a lot of these folks aren't even paying their 2.5%, for goodness sakes. And to be clear, as the president has made abundantly clear, we're getting nothing out of this relationship, right? Absolutely nothing. I mean, they're giving us the middle finger every chance they possibly can. So, with that in mind,
that's crazy.
We want to force them to pay up, or we want to leave it all together. We don't need to continue contributing to this. You saw Pete Hegseth over in Brussels about a week ago. I think, in fact, it was just nearly a week ago. He said, hey, guess what? If you guys aren't contributing, then we're going to reduce how much we're contributing. But I think that France might be worried about something else.
To me, MAGA is how you want it to be. I'm about American first, period. Without Trump, I'm going to be MAGA, period, regardless. And then about it, before Trump said make America great again, you had Democrats saying it. You had Bill Clinton say it. Hillary Clinton said, you know what I'm saying, make America great again. You can Google it. It's on YouTube. So other than that, yeah, I understand what you're coming from, but no. It's about America for me, man. Ain't about no whites, what is it, Christian nationalists? Nah. It's more than that.
I think France might be worried that we might take their gold. Could that be? I sat down moments ago with my friend and one of our terrific show sponsors here, Dr. Kirk Elliott, and we talked all about this, and it is a fascinating
Trish be on point, man.
You gotta hear it. Here we go.
She's better than Megyn Kelly, I tell you that.
Join me right now with more on all of this. Dr. Kirk Elliott, it's great to have you back on the show. The viewers have seen you a lot. I actually was teasing all week that you were going to come up on the program because we've been talking about how France is suddenly grabbing all like its gold else. And it's taking it out of New York and even London, and it's moving it. They've got all of it back in France right now. And I was really struck by that. I thought, why now? We'll ask Dr. Kirk. So tell us, what is going on?
This is a really interesting story, which is just kind of one cog in the wheel because it's broader than that. And there's a story behind the story. But why does anybody want control of their assets? Because they don't trust that somebody else holding it is a safe option anymore, right? And so when you look at what's been happening globally for quite some time, you can go back to the announcement by Putin at the World Economic Forum, actually the BRICS meeting. It was the initiation of the BRICS meeting, I think, 3 years ago. He said, we're going to de-dollarize the world. It's irreversible and it's our objective. Right? So it's like, okay, those are pretty big fighting words, right? It's like, but how do they do it? By selling U.S. treasuries, by reallocating what used to be in treasuries into a different asset to kind of neuter the U.S. dollar and its use globally. See, and when France is doing this by repatriating their gold, what are they actually saying? They're saying, we want something different than U.S. dollar assets backing our system. We don't trust that the West isn't going to weaponize our assets that they're holding, and we're not going to get them back. So they're just bringing them home to roost because they believe that's safer.
Well, the timing is really interesting to me because it's coming just as we get closer and closer to that NATO meeting in Turkey, which is happening next month, Dr. Kirk. And I would expect that we're going to continue to hold Europe responsible and say, listen, you guys got to show up with your 5% of GDP. So many of you aren't doing that. And so maybe, I'm hypothesizing here, but is one of the things going through their head that, hey, if they're not paying the bill, we're going to make sure that they do, since we have their gold?
That's the weaponization of currency or the weaponization of assets that a big country like the United States, if we're holding their assets, that we could do. Now, have we ever done that before? Right, so
I don't think so. Although we did confiscate everybody's gold here in the USA at one point. You think about what's happening next month. The meeting in Ankara, Turkey. Then many of you aren't doing that. And so maybe, I'm hypothesizing here, but is one of the things going through their head that, hey, if they're not paying the bill, we're gonna make sure that they do, since we have their gold?
That's the weaponization of currency or the weaponization of assets that a big country like the United States, if we're holding their assets, I mean, that we could do. Now, have we ever done that before? Right, so
I don't think so. I mean, although we did confiscate everybody's gold here in the USA at one point.
Yeah, well, we've actually done it twice. So the first instance that I can remember is goes way back, like when I was early on in my career. Angela Merkel was the chancellor, premier of Germany, whatever the president type person. I don't know.
No, you got it, chancellor. Yeah,
I think it was chancellor. She said, we want our gold back that the Fed was holding. Well, at the time, now this was like 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. What did the Fed say? They said, sorry, Germany, we'll give it back to you in 7 years. Well, if I were Merkel, I would say, what? Those are my assets. I want them back now. We just put them in your vault for safekeeping. Well, what happened? Right? So the Fed probably rehypothecated it. Man, yeah, they had it there on paper, but they were selling it over and over and over again. They were leasing it out. It wasn't technically there.
Oh, no.
They had to go through a series of over 7 years. We'll get it back. We'll get it back. Right. And so to me, I think that was the first signal of, is the gold actually there? Right now we're seeing conversations of, we should audit Fort Knox and, all those other kind of things. I think we
want to know, right? Is it there?
Yeah. They want to know if their gold is there. It's supposed to be there for safekeeping. Take it down to an individual level. Your money that you have in the bank, it's technically not your money. When you deposit money in a bank, you're held. You're a beneficiary of your own money, because when you deposit money in any bank, it basically becomes a security, meaning you give the bank the right to do whatever they want with it. They can buy real estate with it. They can lend it out to the next person. And they're just hoping and praying that not everybody wants their withdrawals at the same time. That's the gist of a bank run, right?
Did you ever see the movie It's a Wonderful Life?
Yes, that's exactly it, right? When people think, oh boy, I don't know if my bank has enough money. What if they're undercapitalized? And so they start to pull it out. We saw this a little bit with Silicon Valley Bank a few years ago. And then it was Credit Suisse and it was Signature Bank. And it was kind of caused this little mini bank run because people thought, I don't know if my money is actually safe in the bank. They're lending it out because fractional reserve banking, they lend out 90% of what you put in. It's not like you've got put in a bunch of hundreds into your checking account and you open up the big bank vault door and all these hundreds start flying out. No, they're using it. This is how banks make money, right? So, and how do banks make money? They lend. That's the gist of banking. That's what bankers do. They use your money, they lend it out, and they capitalize on that. So fast forward to today, and don't talk about $100 bills. Let's talk about gold as money, right? Because this is an interesting framework moving forward to where the global international monetary system is moving. And we could go back a few years to the Basel III Accord. What did they do? They made gold a tier 1 asset. And people said, well, what does that mean? It just means it's on the same playing field as currency when banks are lending back and forth. So let's build on that premise, okay? Because the international monetary system is not built on currencies. So people think that it is. Like Japan has the yen, the European Union has the euro, we have the dollar, and it's just this exchange of currencies back and forth. No, they're bankers. Central banks are banks. The money or assets that they have held is collateral. You can't lend out money without the collateral to back up your loan. So what are central banks around the world now doing? They're saying, as they de-dollarize the world, we don't want to use a system of currencies as our collateral anymore. This is why not just France, but Asian banks, you look at the number of ounces of gold that are being held by central banks globally. Mm-hmm. Trish, it has now surpassed the US dollar. Gold is the number one held asset by central banks value-wise globally. It's surpassed the U.S. dollar. And the U.S. dollar has been the king of monetary reserves.
You said Jared and Ivanka made $300 billion, what, $3 billion while serving in the White House. They're not officials. They're not elected. They got nothing to do with that. Just whereas y'all was complaining, just as much as y'all was saying that Hunter Biden laptop had nothing to do with Joe Biden being the president, they're making money, got nothing to do with them being at the White House. I don't think they even served, did they? On the committee? The administration? I don't think so.
Since Bretton Woods in 1944.
Yep, Bretton Woods. Hey, I'm coming to you live from Liverpool,
I'm
New Hampshire, very close to Bretton Woods.
I'm not woke.
So close.
Yep.
I'm awake.
I know it well.
Yeah, so why would central banks allocate into the U.S. dollar? Because it was safe, right? We were the world's reserve currency, which meant that all countries needed it for settlement. If push came to shove and, it looked like the U.S. was running out, we had a printing press. Right, so the risk of default on the U.S. dollar was very low. So since 1944, the U.S. dollar has been the number one held asset at central banks around the world. This changed just a couple months ago. Now gold is the number one held asset, and the U.S. dollar holdings are shrinking globally.
So, and it's getting worse because not only are they no longer holding U.S. dollars as the number one asset, they're now retreating and saying not only are we holding gold, but we're going to hold it ourselves, like in our own vault. In many of these European countries, it's fascinating to see, and coming, I think, at this critical time when we look at what's going on with NATO, and so I think it really shows their geopolitical stress. And look, I mean, we talk about gold as being a safe haven. I know this is one of the things that you encourage people to look at, and everybody, just to clarify, has their own tolerance and ability to take on risk, and any investment is always risky. I want to stress that. But why is it that you think banks are looking to gold as that sort of safe haven play, and why is it that you think individuals also look to it as a safe haven?
Well, it's because gold, silver, they have zero counterparty risk, meaning they are what they are, right? So a currency has political risk, exchange rate risk, purchasing power risk, geopolitical risk. Currencies can go in and out of favor. If you have a currency that's either backed by gold or kind of de facto backed by gold, the central bank is holding it as a reserve, it is what it is. So why would you invest in a currency when you can invest in the asset that the currency wants to be backed by? Invest in that asset. There's zero counterparty risk. Doesn't matter if the Russian ruble is backed by gold. If the Russian ruble goes away, you still have the gold. Right, so this is why banks are looking at gold more as collateral than currencies, because banks do what banks do, and they lend money. They need an asset that's strong and stable and doesn't have any risk. Now, this started on steroids when the Russia-Ukraine conflict started. And why is that? Why did the world start?
Took their money. I mean,
that's why.
Look, I love Dr. Kirk. Full disclosure, I am all about using financial tools as a kind of arsenal and weapon. And so I think it's far better than using guns. Trust me. I mean, I'd much rather strangle someone economically than actually go in and start shooting at people and risk lives being lost, right? Which is ultimately, I'd rather lose dollars than lives. I always say that. And I think the president is very attuned to that as well. And that's been his methodology, right? Like go in and sanction everyone. But the flip side of this is exactly what you're talking about, where all of a sudden, if your system is not trusted, if you've got France pulling their gold out of the Fed, I mean, then you're dealing with a future problem, a current and future problem, because let's not forget, I'll let you explain it. What goes along with being the world's reserve currency? Why would anybody want to be the world reserve currency? We have power, right?
Because you have power and you can build a lifestyle for yourself that you didn't have before. Why? Because no matter how much money you print, the rest of the world still has demand for your currency. I mean, because it's used. So So it builds.
But if you start saying, well, we're not going to give you the currency because we're sanctioning, then all of a sudden you start to lose that, because what happens? People move away. It's natural, right? You know, if mom and dad say we're going to lock up it's such a good analogy, right? Because with NATO, I joke that they're like the mature adult kids that won't move out of the house. And so finally we're like, okay, sorry, kids, you're on your own. And we're taking the trust fund. Right? So they're like, no, I want to get my trust fund before mom and dad take it away from me, because that's kind of like the point we're at. We've subsidized them. And I think we've kind of had it, and they probably sense there's a risk. You know, I don't think we'd do it, but they worry, right? That there's some kind of risk that Donald Trump and Scott Bessent will say, yeah, you know, you haven't been paying your tab. We're going to deduct it from whatever we got.
Well, holding people's assets back you're right, is a better weapon than an actual gun, because it doesn't kill people. Now, it impacts an entire society, right? So when the Russia-Ukraine conflict started, I'm gonna kind of not dumb this down, but simplify it. Putin and Biden were at each other's throats, right? And Biden said, look, Putin, I don't like you. I don't like what you're doing in Ukraine. We are going to kick you out of the SWIFT system, it's how bank wires are sent from banks to banks internationally, right? So they thought, all right, we're going to starve out the Russian people by getting them out of the banking system. So Putin goes to China and says, hey, gee, we just got kicked out of the SWIFT system. And they said, oh, no worries. We have the similar thing called CIPS. So now they were out of the SWIFT system. Biden thought this was the nuclear option to really get at Putin, and it didn't work at all. So then what did he do next? He froze their assets. He took their gold. He took Russia's gold. Well, that really ticked them off, but that signaled to the rest of the world, eek, we don't want our gold held in the West because it can be weaponized against us if we don't agree with them. So now you've got country after country after country. France isn't the only one that's repatriating their gold, and they want it back home because it's safer if they store it than having it stored elsewhere where they believe it can be weaponized against them.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's a natural thing to do. I mean, look, Angela Merkel probably, you know, when she was trying to get her gold back years ago, was onto something. It would have been nice if she had also figured out maybe we shouldn't be completely reliant on Russia for cheap natural gas, right? Because again, just diversification being part of what one should want, both with assets and in terms of energy supply, which brings me to diversification. Okay, one of the reasons people like gold, and one of the reasons I personally like gold, and the reason I hold it, and anytime it goes down, I buy more. Everybody has a different tolerance. Again, I'm holding for long term, so I'm not looking at, okay, well, it's going down and maybe it's going to go down more. I actually really fundamentally just say I'm building an asset over time. This is me personally. Again, everybody, you do your own thing. You talk to your investment advisor, et cetera. But that's what I'm thinking about. In terms of, what people like about it as a safe haven, I think you've really outlined it pretty well. But let's face it, it's volatile. It's an investment like anything else. And recently we've seen it going down. Now, I have one reaction. Other people have other reactions. What is your sense in terms of the value right now? When we look at it, it had been, everybody thought it was going to be $5,000, maybe $6,000 an ounce. We saw Goldman Sachs recently come out with a lower expectation. What is your sense of where we are in the here and now, where it goes? I know it's
white people is not the reason your neighborhood is in shambles. White people is not the reason that you throw your flaming hot bag on the ground. White people is also not the reason for you having bulletproof glass or being fed through bulletproof glass in your neighborhood. White people are not the reason for you guys being baby mothers, for you having children out of wedlock. They're not the reason for that either. And they're definitely not the reason why you guys are killing each other. The truth is, a lot of these things that are happening within our community, we have control over. We can change them if we choose to identify and do something about these issues. But it is us that refuse to do anything about our own issues. And instead, we choose to blame other races of people. And that is why nothing is getting done. That is why we are constantly being shot down, not only by ourselves, but other races of people are starting to shoot us down because we are not doing nothing about the issues in our community. And they're spilling over into other communities where they are doing something about it. So the question is, should we be blaming white people or should we blame ourselves?
What's going on, everybody? Appreciate you guys pulling up today. We got to talk about it, man. We got to talk about it. We have a slew of brothers and sisters here that are fed up with the shenanigans. But for whatever reason, the Democrat Party wants...
Right. Nigger fatigue, not black fatigue, it's nigger fatigue. That shit is tiresome. Getting loud, aggressive. That's not getting a point across. That's not winning an argument. Being loud and aggressive, that makes you look stupid. AKA chimping.
To make the issues, in these communities, they want to make it, they want to try to legislate, people from having a poor mindset, and you can't. You either have it or you don't. And I think a lot of it, as G. Craig Lewis said, you have the Christian black and witchcraft black that have, basically joined forces, and unfortunately, it has shown or proven itself to be a net negative.
What up, bud?
Highly melanated people in America.
29% of Democrats are approved in America.
Get rid of the term, quote unquote, the black community. I think we just need to get rid of that. And when I say that, I'm talking about all folks, black community, Asian, Hispanic community, so forth and so on. Because what we do know is that just because people speak Spanish doesn't mean that they're the same. All highly melanated people are not the same. What people would say, would call white folks, they're not the same. They're different. And it's really about upbringing. It's about the community you live in. And, it's about what's been instilled, in you from your parents. And I'm at a point now where you can't save everybody. And just because you and I, look alike, we're not the same. We don't think the same. We don't live in the same places. We don't want the same. Again, you can't legislate a mindset. And, your
liberals and Democrats gotta go.
How much melanin or how little melanin you have, it doesn't make you my kind. It doesn't make us the same. We need to get to a point to where we're just Americans, and then let's break this down to, thoughts, ideology, beliefs, so forth and so on, and we can come together as a collective based on that, not this other stuff. But I want to let these brothers and sisters cook because they got a lot to say. And they're absolutely right. Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's get into it.
Darren, before I get to Anton, who do you hold most culpable for the state of affairs involving Black America at this point in time?
I think it's a combination of a lot of different things, but it's a confluence of the lack of leadership on the federal level, starting with President Trump. And then I think the second part of it is that we've got to be more emboldened to hold the elected officials accountable.
A lot of the issues in these communities have been going on for a very long time. Not to mention all of these communities that this dude is discussing, they're all led by Democrats. And that's what people like this guy, Theron Johnson, who is a staunch Democrat, and he's played a pivotal role in a multitude of campaigns and administrations, to include the Barack Obama administration, to come out here and say that what's going on, in these communities is Trump's fault is so disingenuous. But that is all Democrats had. Brandon Johnson said the same thing. They just had, a super bloody weekend, during Juneteenth last weekend.
So, hey, Alex, from what I'm reading, Alex is saying CNN chief data analysis Henry said on Thursday that the conditional Democrats have reached a record low of popularity. Only 18% of voters approve of how the Democrats are managing their role. 73% disapproving.
And the first thing out of Brandon Johnson's mouth is it's Trump's fault. Like, what are we talking about, man? This is so ridiculous.
You can't just come in our communities and tell us things that we want to hear. We got to make sure that when we elect you, particularly Black women, who is the backbone of the Democratic Party, we got to make sure that we hold them accountable, and not just Democrats. We got to get into those rooms with Republicans too, and don't let them off the hook. So I think it's a confluence of a lack of leadership on the federal and state level, but also making sure we hold our Black leaders more accountable to make sure that they deliver on what they promised us.
We need to stop this. And this black leader stuff, stop it. Those folks that get in these positions, they're there for themselves, to fatten their own coffers and to push whatever agenda that they've been told to push by whoever
MAGA
it is.
trash. Come on, man. We can't wear America, man.
Put the battery in their back.
How you call us trash? We all about America, man. I love everybody, but those illegals, they not coming to America to assimilate, to respect the Constitution. You know what I'm saying? They want to come here and cause chaos. They ain't trying to help America stay America.
Stop this. The Congressional Black Caucus has been a net negative, and to be honest with you, I think they need to get rid of it. I think they need to get rid of all of these caucuses. Any of them that's based on race, get rid of all of them.
Anton, when I would ask you the same question, what do you believe the state of Black America to be at this particular moment in time? Who do you hold most culpable for it?
I'm not sure exactly what he means by fluid.
AD.
And I'm assuming that he defined that based off of the different parameters by which he spoke about the Black community. However, I think I agree with him, except for I would describe it as in shambles. Worse off than we've ever been, freer than we've ever been. And the fact that we're willing to blame Trump, although we've had decades of opportunities, Black cities, you look at some of the blackest cities in the United States of America, Memphis, for example, is in shambles and they needed Trump's help. And I think that there's a lack of accountability and victimhood. And as long as we continue to promote that it's somebody else's fault, you know, I was looking at Juneteenth in Chicago, right? And you had over 7 people killed and 36 people shot. And while we were focusing on whether or not Asians and white people, whether it's Carmelo Anthony or Cyrus Carmack, is responsible and if they should go to jail or not, in every city across America, especially where predominantly Black people live, you don't have to kill each other, but there's drive-bys and there were over 113 shell casings where 12 people were shot on Juneteenth itself. And so when I look at the state of the Black community, it has nothing to do with the political landscape. It has everything to do with self-accountability, regardless of whether or not you're picking the right curriculum, if you want to go to college or you want to go to community college. Healthcare, I don't think that we're concerned about it. Self-care, I don't think that we're concerned about it. And more importantly, I think that we're more concerned about self-care with regard to promoting ourselves and the culture that's the worst for us versus taking accountability for the state that we have ourselves in. We don't have to have children out of wedlock. We don't have to put ourselves at a disadvantage, and we don't have to have children in poverty. And we have more technological advantages as far as research and understanding of the past than we've ever had before. But for some reason, we're still worse off when we continue to vote the same way while requesting nothing from politicians and letting women lead us to the polls. And that is the direct result. You're seeing it transpire inside of the Black community.
Man, Anton Daniel said a mouthful, but I can't disagree with anything that the brother said. He's absolutely right. Again, you can't legislate a mindset. Folks aren't forcing you to have multiple kids out of wedlock.
Nope.
Folks aren't telling you not to get married. Think about this, man. The least married, most children out of wedlock. If we could just change those things, if those things changed, communities would be better. You would see the median household income numbers go up. Because I know this is America. I'd like for us to live in a utopia where we're not concerned about race, but we live in America. And people like Ron Johnson and others, you know, in the Democrat Party wants to keep us stuck in looking at America through this racial lens, when it's really not about that. But as my sister Crystal would say, it's really about the saved and unsaved. Those are the two races. Simple as that. I say it all the time. You're either standing, you know, with the light or you're standing in darkness. Simple as that. And once you decide to stand in the light and you start to live according to the word of God and you start following his divine order, you can't help but be a success because the rules are tried and true. If you follow the instructions, you can't help but win. But you got people like Ron Johnson, one who will blame President Trump, who will also say, oh, we need more government to step involved, to get involved to help this. No, these people need Jesus. Simple as that. Simple as that. Shout out to Anton Daniels. He was absolutely right.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but the reason why a lot of other races don't like being around black people is not because they're jealous of black culture or black people. And let me explain to you guys what I mean by that. You guys, there's a growing and feminine narrative within the black community that the reason why a lot of races in America don't like black people is because they're jealous of black culture. And I sort of find that strange because what exactly is there to be jealous about? Are they jealous of the music and our culture that glorifies single motherhood, gang violence, and murder? Are they jealous that we as African Americans have some of the highest divorce rates, lowest marriage rates, and some of the lowest two-person household rates? You guys, as a fellow black person, I hate to burst your bubble, but the reason why groups of people do not like African Americans is not because they're jealous of us. It's because our culture has turned into garbage, which creates garbage people. And then those garbage people create garbage acts that make other people not want to be around us. The notion that people do not like you because they are jealous of you is feminine. It shows that the black community does not have proper critical thinking skills to solve problems. So what they do is, in a very feminine way, by the way, is divert blame and shame elsewhere. Because at the end of the day, we are human beings and we want to be communal. But if a human being has poor social and communication skills, they will say and or do anything to justify why they are not liked. And never in my days as a grown-ass man has a group of people not liked me. And I said to myself, the reason why they don't like me because they jealous of me. What kind of sassy shit is that?
Seriously.
The reason why you're not liked is probably because you are not likable. And don't get me wrong, you have two choices. The first choice is you don't have to change. You can continue being obnoxious, annoying, loud, and disrespectful. But the thing is, you can't get upset when people want you away from them. You cannot say that people are jealous of you because they don't want to be around you. Because this is the life that you chose. You chose to express yourself however you want. So now you're going to be by yourself. The second choice is when you say, maybe I have a problem and maybe I'll change. Maybe I won't be able to act however I want, but I'll have a community that backs me at the same time. So changing is up to you. You don't have to change, but you damn sure have to live with the consequences of your actions.
This brother is absolutely right. He was cooking. Shout out to him, man. He's absolutely right. Every day that you wake up, man, you get a chance and a choice. Seriously. You get a chance and a choice every day that you wake up.
I've noticed something in my 40 years. The moment you go against nigger culture, degeneracy, and no longer become a participant in the Victim Olympics, you become an enemy to most Black Americans. Why is that? I'm so glad you asked. The reason why is because we don't want the very thing that we criticize women of not wanting, and that's accountability. We would much rather play the victim. At what point does this become redundant, pathetic, and narcissistic? At what point do we say, hey, we see the play, now we're going to prepare for it. We're going to put the game in our hands. But that sounds too much like right. Or should I say white, being that I'm such a...
He's right. He's right. We get it all the time. Me, Crystal, Celeste, Minister Danzel, AT. We've been called everything under the sun. Again, like I told you guys, I slid that black card. I slid it across the table a long time ago. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I love my wife. I got kids. My family loves me. That's really all that matters. Shout out to the ARP family as well. You guys, y'all embrace and love us as well. And we appreciate you guys. So we ain't worried about the rest of the noise.
In the next 2 to 3 years, hip hop is not going to exist. And the World Cup is the reason why. Currently, the World Cup is going on here in America, and you got a whole bunch of white people and other people who have traveled from their respective countries to America to enjoy the World Cup. And that is exactly what they're doing. You have people from all walks of life who have come to America to watch the World Cup and partake in American culture. And they are doing just that. And the number one thing they are not encountering is Black fatigue or the activities that lead to that. And I think what you guys are going to see, when this is all over, you're going to have a bunch of people around America from all walks of life, Asian, Hispanic, white, whatever. They're going to be between the ages of like 12 and 25. And they are going to look back at 2026 World Cup America, and they're going to yearn for that. They're going to want more of that, and they're going to do whatever they need to do to get more of it. And there's not going to be a whole lot that they can do. And they're going to look at the one thing that allowed them to have peace and happiness and some semblance of fun and joy. And they're going to say, we got to get rid of Black culture. And they're going to say that because they are experiencing what could be if Black culture is restrained. Keep in mind, I'm not saying all Black people are bad. I'm not trying to race pander or anything like that. I'm simply saying, I don't know if Black people are just being on their collective best behavior, or if the cops have been given special instructions with how to handle Black culture. But whatever the case might be, people are seeing what is possible when Black culture is restrained and everybody else's culture is allowed to go out there and have some fun. And it's going to be glorious to them, and they're going to want more of it. Now, keep in mind, hip-hop started with a moment. It started with one song. I think it was like Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five or something like that. It's called The Message. That was the song that kicked it all off. Well, just like hip-hop was started with one particular moment, it can be ended in one particular moment. And I think this World Cup is going to be the moment. Keep in mind, rock and roll, same thing. People just collectively woke up one day and they were over it, and it all just evaporated. You don't hear any popular rock and roll right now. So just like a thing can get started, it can be ended. And I think
this is trash.
And the joy
that
people are having, devoid of
you guys stay in the chat. You hiring? You
whether
can
you want
leave.
to call it.
You said this is trash. You can leave the chat, man. I'm glad you're here. Appreciate you. You like common sense? You can leave the channel because this is Common Sense channel. You know what I'm saying? I believe in unity. Nobody cares. Okay, well, you can go.
Black culture, Black fatigue, whatever the case might be, the fun and the joy that people are having without Black folks acting up, they're going to want more of it, and they're going to say, they're going to press the delete button on hip hop culture.
Hey, I ain't mad at that. I hope that is the case. I mean, you think about hip hop right now, it's in shambles. It's trash. Large majority of it. It's trash. I'd say 99% of it is garbage. Even when you think about it back in the day, as someone that grew up listening to this music, when I think about it and I would go back, well, I haven't gone back and listened to any of it, but if across the radio or, maybe it's over somewhere else, someone else's house, and they got some of that stuff going on, I'm like, God, I can't believe I used to listen to this stuff. It's garbage, but it always has been.
It's about killing each other, killing and stealing, and lying and manipulating.
But you know what I'm saying? For a very, very lengthy time, yeah, it hadn't been that great. And this dude's absolutely right. This is also just proof that people can behave. Some folks just choose not to. But I want to hear from you guys. What are your thoughts on any of this? Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel, turn the notifications on to all so you never miss an upload, and consider joining the ARP family or buy your brother a coffee. That link's in the description box below. And as always, keep God first. Stay prayed up. We'll catch up with you guys next time.
I go baddies where y'all at. Pretty and why she bad. Level up in Christ all that. All glory to God for that. Spin that script, spin that script, spin that script, spin that script. Brother, spin that script, spin that script. Spin that script, brother. Spin that script.
Oh Lord!
Wow.
Baby thinking I'm a prophet. Let your light shine. He told me that, so clock it. Beautiful and blessed, and my purpose always clocked in. To walk with God, now you can't be so judgmental. Clear conscious, yeah, I'm clearing out my mental. Yeah, we all sin, whether big or little. Just cause it look different, don't mean be so critical. All my holy folks, blessed up bad.
She justifying that?
Now, let me start off by saying I am not here to bash anyone. I'm here to address this from a biblical standpoint. For those that may not know, the original song glorifies wickedness. It glorifies sin. This woman made this song allowing this generation to think that stealing is okay, scamming is okay. And then I come across this video and this young lady is remixing this in a Christian form. But here's where the problem is. The word of God tells us to come out from among them and be separate. Touch not the unclean thing and I will receive you. You cannot turn something that is ungodly, that is worldly, into something Christian. Because the mind of the individual cannot be renewed as the word of God tells us to, because it's going to take them back to the original song. And this is the problem with this generation. They have allowed ungodly things, worldly things, to be accepted in the Christian community, when this is unacceptable, because the things of the world must remain.
No, the problem is too, when they let Medea into church, how come Tyler Perry couldn't have a woman to play Medea? There's plenty of sisters out there with soul of Medea, but he chose to do it himself. You know what I'm saying? I get it, you know what I'm saying? But you could have had somebody else to do it. And now you got drag queen story hours in church, school, libraries. That's not cool, man. That's not supposed to be. That should be done probably somewhere else, especially when it's done being pushed on kids. That's definitely not cool. Leave the kids out of it. But yeah, when the church let Tyler Perry come in with that dress on, that changed everything.
In the world, whether you dress it up or not, is still worldly. And even as I was watching this young lady's video, there's a part in her video where she was actually shaking her behind. If it was truly a Christian remix or truly something that the Holy Spirit was involved in, she would not have been moving like that. But it goes back to the original song. I say all of this to say, when you are in Christ, remain in Christ. Don't have any fellowship with the world, because that can allow a door to be open. The word of God tells us to give no place to Satan. So just because you remix something into something Christian, that does not make it right and is not acceptable in the eyes of God.
I'm in agreement with what, this young lady said, that, it's worldly and we need to come out from under that. And the reality of it is, what that song is. And that's the reason why it was easy for her to turn around and twerk, because that's what they do to this type of music. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy to do that because that's what it is. And it's hard to separate what she was rapping about in comparison to what the original song is once you've heard the original song. It's hard to separate that.
That song there, the way the way it was changed, did no good. What she was doing was Christian to me. I mean, the way she was singing it. So that was definitely true to that song. However, I'm into music and I play music all the time. And of course, when I left the devil, I converted completely to Christianity, and I only listen to Christian music and never listen to all my old music anymore. However, I have seen some excellent Christian music, secular music that was transformed to Christian music.
Yeah, rap.
That was done tastefully, and the lyrics were so potent that you could not miss what was being said. So the music didn't hurt it. Here's my point. I'll give you a good example. A sister by the name of Shelly Gaines. So when you hear the lyrics to it, the way it was done in the gospel, no problem at all. But you're absolutely right. There are times when you can't do that. And it also has a lot to do with the person that's doing it. This sister, she clearly was not a gospel artist. I don't know what she was. But there are some people who are gospel, who are truly love God. And I'm not saying they can't get it done. I'm just saying. So I think that there's room to debate depending on what it is. I think there are different type of situations where it's definitely clearly it ain't working and it won't work. But I think there are people who are godly, have used those things to reach people who are in the world with gospel music. So I'm just saying, I'm just trying to be honest and fair about it, because as a DJ, I have a lot of my. In fact, when I first got saved, I got rid of all of my secular music and found gospel artists who sang just as good as they did, had just as much grooves as they did, but everything was so biblically based that it was excellent. And I've actually helped you with that. So I'm just making a point about that. But
I'm with you, Minister Denzel. And I mean, to be honest with you, I think there is a time and a place. Because, when I was especially, kind of removing myself away from that type of music, it was a good bridge to help get away from it. It was a good bridge. To kind of start. Then eventually you just don't want any parts of it.
BBJ, I think is El DeBarge did All His Love. Well, BBJ did a gospel rap with that same music, and the lyrics slamming. So all I'm saying is that, but you have to hear there are some things that really work.
Like, I think right now, like the songs that you discussed earlier, AT's never heard these songs before. So if he heard it, he would just assume that it was that's just good gospel music.
Right.
You are correct. But if you've actually heard Between the Sheets before, and then you hear this song, it's a challenge to hear that and not revert back to what you know.
Good point there, but I never had that problem, because again, it depends on who you are and what level you are spiritually.
Minister Denzel, I just have to say real quick, I have to disagree with you.
Come on.
I'm going to tell you why. Because there's a spirit in that music. It's a spirit in that beat. In the move, when they created that music, and take it from somebody who the Lord himself had to check me in my spirit, because turn my life back to Christ and all of that. When I was at work, I'd be like, I cannot listen to gospel music because I'm not about to be praising and worship in the middle of work, be boo-hooing, because when the Holy Spirit hits me, I'm be crying. I'm not doing that. Let me put on my radio. I'll be good. And my mom was like, you can't give up the music. And I'm like, I'm not saying I can't give it up, but when I'm at work, I don't want to be bored. And so I remember the Holy Spirit was like, you just made that music your God.
Yes.
And I was like, whoa. And so then afterwards, I started dissecting the stuff about music. And it goes the same thing with movies and all these other things. The spirit that these people are in when they are creating those beats, when they're writing the scripts for those movies, when they create those horror movies, they go into a very dark, evil place just to be able to create that. When they make that music, they're going into a different spiritual realm to be able to make this, from the beat to the lyrics, all of it. And so the thing that first,
if I'm not mistaken, I think Stephen King said he was doing cocaine most of the time he was writing his books. He was high as a kite, he said. That's funny as heck. The man said he was high as a kite when he wrote his books. I say he don't remember half the books he wrote.
Me with Christians is that Christians are lazy. They like to take any and everything and just slap Christian on it, and then it's Christian. So we got Christian yoga, Christian R&B, Christian this, everything, because they want to fit in with the world. They don't want to be separate, so they will just slap Christian on it. So let me go ahead and throw some Christian lyrics on top of it. That's what that girl just did. Let me just talk about Bible baddies. Ain't no such thing as Bible baddies. I'm a Proverbs 31 woman. I'm not a Bible baddie. So why are we trying to be a baddie? Like, I don't understand that. And so and I understand what you're saying, Minister, because when I heard, Music Soul Child's Love, and then they switched it to a gospel song, and I used to enjoy that. And then, but sometimes I would find myself singing the original, and not the gospel. And so I was like, okay, and I kept going. Another young lady, Raven, and she said that people don't realize she was feeling the same exact thing I was feeling. The spirit that's associated with making that music. Why is it that Christians don't realize that we are children of the Creator? He gave us the gifts to be creative. So why do we have to bank on gifts, if you want to call it, from Satan to his children? Why do we need to go there when we can come up with our own stuff for ourselves? You look at people like Forrest Frank. Forrest Frank is not borrowing people's music. Forrest Frank is amazing. Yeah, and he's doing God's work, and he's doing it well, and he's not tapping into the world. You could say that with Bryson Gray. You could say that about Marcus Rogers. There's so many of them that they're literally just doing it from what God gave them. And I think that's it. That's the thing. When we, because you remember, what's that name? CeeLo Green. Remember they had Crazy, and then they made Pastor Mike, whatever his name is, he made the gospel version of it.
Yeah, God is amazing. That's actually a really good song. That's actually, but I do understand what but you find yourself
going back to singing Crazy. So I'm saying it's a spirit that's attached to that song. And I almost feel like the Lord gave me because of that song. I would wake up and I'm hearing that song, and I'm like, Lord, why do I keep hearing this song? And he showed me, he said it's that evil siren. That siren. It's a siren sound. Wow. And the music is that siren. It's coming from an evil place. That's why it's so catchy and it's locked into your brain that you can't even, I don't want to hear.
Yeah, like that song, Austin Bop. You know what I'm saying? It's a catchy beat. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be careful, you guys. Stay prayed up. These songs out here, you got them beats going and get you going, and, you gotta be careful. It seems a very small time while people and black people are neighbors. Yeah, same thing with me. I lived in the west side of Chicago, diverse school. It was mixed. We had a good time. I didn't see no race growing up. On the real. That's when the kid can have a good time, play some basketball, or go on the train tracks, go to the swamp, fish. These kids these days, man. Yeah, these cell phones brighten our kids' brains. On the real. Nobody go back to the library no more. As far as going to the library, get the book to read what we need to read, we go on our phones. And Google don't tell you everything. Not all of it.
this, but you're hearing it. So that's all I'm going to say. Minister Denzel, you may be at a different level.
Appreciate your point, and I do understand. I think that this has to do with the individual, like I said, because we're different people, we're different levels, and like an alcoholic can't go around people. A person who is a recovering alcoholic, he can't drink wine, or he can't go around people. Take a sip, he'll go back into it. That's natural. So my point is that, like, I can only use myself as an example because I can't tell about your experience. It never affected me that way. And I was a member. Before I got saved, I was into music. I was a music fanatic, literally. And I remember telling God, I said, Lord, now I'll get saved, but I'm not going to give up my music. I remember saying that.
Damn.
I was that deep into music. I mean, I had all the things, funk. The only thing it was just during when hip hop just started. So I was into funk and real R&B and all that stuff. I mean, I had all the hits. So I was very much into music. My father and mother were singers. But when I got saved, and I thought I wasn't going to get up, when I got saved, I lost all of my interest in them. In fact, I sold all of my albums for like a penny. Literally sold all of it. And then after I got myself spiritually strong, I started getting into music again. And I started recognizing all of these gospel music artists who had just as much talent. In fact, more talent than the secular.
I was going to say more talent.
There you go. That's right. And so I started accumulating gospel music of the different variety of it, so that when I was able to get to play music, I can play it with. And I always was very selective in how I used the music. I made sure the music had the right kind of message, and it was clear. That you had to think about what was being said. So your point is that it never affected me that way when I heard the songs with the music, the same music format, but the different lyrics. It was the lyrics that I focused on. The music never moved me. So my point is that I got you. There are some people who can't handle that, and they shouldn't. And if you ought to know yourself. And if you can't handle it, you shouldn't be dealing with it. I think that's the best route for you. But I can't tell you how many times I've been able to help people, and I've been blessing people by using the way I did it.
This is also the problem with the gospel music industry. We are not coming out from among them. They are demonic. Ain't no question about that. We're joining them. Judah means praise. We're supposed to be praising. Our music is supposed to be praising from the first note that you create to the lyrics that you put out. Brother Wise, your music is so beautiful because that was the basis of what you were doing. You were creating music to praise the Lord. And I think that's the part that concerns me, because when we take that song that was about scamming and boosting, and then you take that spirit into gospel, that's why the girl could turn around and saying, I'm a Bible baddie and want to twerk in it, because still got that entire spirit with it. It didn't matter that she tried to change the lyrics. She just wanted to take that spirit that was associated with the original song into the next song. If you look at the gospel music industry, that is what they're struggling with. They are behaving just like the world. So
I agree with you on all those points. My only point is that being an individual, I can only speak for myself, and being very much involved with understanding the spiritual realm and working in that area, casting out demons, the whole 9 yards. I am very particular about those things. And I think that the last thing I would do, and I noticed, the last thing I would do is use something that was spiritually inclined. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not too clear on all music being that's not Christian being demonic. I don't have that. I just think that it has a lot more to do with the person's state, their mentality, and what they give themselves over to. The beat itself can't do any harm. You can do either good or bad. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna disagree with you on that one.
I know you probably do. But my point is this, though. There's no biblical reference that says a beat can do a danger. A beat. Now
David was meant his music. That's what I'm saying. The power of music. David's music calmed Saul because it was heavenly music. So
because David was doing it. I'm not denying. Just hear my point. That when a godly person is doing music, that godly person's intention and goal is what's going to dominate. Now, this is my whole point. Now, if I play a beat, the same beat when I was in sin, and it did damage to the enemy's kingdom. If I have that same beat and I'm saved, I'm using it for God, you can't tell me that God can't use that same power to help somebody. This is my whole point. If you make the music itself the issue, then God has no control. And I just can't adjust with that. I've always seen God to use anything that I put my hand to. I can take something that the devil did, grab it, take it, and I can use it for the glory of God, because it's not his. It's only his when he's in control of it. And that's my focus. And I'm telling you, I have seen people. Here's the danger. If you put too much of that power into an item or a music or a sound, you give that thing the ultimate authority. And I don't think that's the way we're supposed to be doing it as Christians. God is one of the authority. I think it's a person goal who's being used, and how they're being used that's going to determine whether it's going to be used for good or bad. When Joseph's brothers, what they did to him, all the horrible things that they did to him, they meant it for evil. But he said God meant it for good. And if you remember what Joseph said, all Joseph went through, he never complained about anything. He never even said a negative word. And they treated him like garbage. And he went through a lot of garbage. But everything he went through, because he maintained his focus and he maintained his commitment to God, it all turned out to be the greatest blessing for the nation, the people of Israel. My whole point here is that we can't let things become the power. We have to recognize that God is in complete control. And if you yield yourself to God, he can take anything you do and use it for his glory. And that's only thing I'm saying. And I'm not saying, don't hear what I'm not saying. I'm not saying that that people who are not biblically based, using those different instruments and things, have been duped by the enemy to do more damage. I'm not saying that. I agree with that 100%.
No, and I'm in agreement with you there, Minister Danzo. But I think that when you look at the technology and the way that they can tune the music, in this, it's already low vibrational. The lyrics are low vibrational, but then they can also tune the music in a way to where it's low vibrational, and it sends out these waves, Antichrist type waves that get sent through the music. And then this particular song is crazy because the actual song itself, I was doing this research on this song, it was stuck in my head, and I'm like, why is this? It's catchy. It's low vibrational, and it's very low vibrational, and the tune, it's very catchy.
So the Bible says that Noah and his family were in the ark for 40 days and 40 nights. The Bible says that, yet there is no number system in the language of the people to whom this happened. They have no way to say 40 days or 40 nights. There's no number system. So then the question is, how do they do that? Well, because in their language, their consonants have numerical, or if you think of numbers, switch the word to what numbers really are, which is vibrational value. That's what a number really is. So the consonant has a vibrational value in which the sentence 40 days and 40 nights adds up to the number 40 and 40. If you count the vibrational value of the consonants. Now, I bring this up because I'm out of my depth in this conversation, although this is something I've thought about for a long time, because I struggle, like I guess many do, with music. And part of the reason I struggle with music is because in the 1950s, they changed the frequency. All of history, music was tuned to 432 hertz, which was considered the miracle tone. And people who do that know what they're talking about. They understand mathematics as a vibrational concept, which we see all through the Bible, which is why even in the 666, it is said you won't know that because you need much wisdom. There is something in this that is not easily understood. This idea of vibration and frequency, I'm not saying I understand it. I'm saying that more needs to be looked into it. It was tuned from 432 hertz to now, which is the standard 440. I think that's interesting that it happened right before the onset of rock and pop music is when this tune changed. And I believe that the 440 is a more chaos tone. Mm-hmm. It's tuned for more chaos. You add that with the idea in terms of what you're saying, Minister, in terms of intentionality. If people like G. Craig Lewis and others, he's by far not the only person that say that they actually commit rituals over beats, over the vibrations to bring forth certain things and sounds. I'm not saying you're wrong. In fact, I believe it's possible, and I hope it's true, that you are correct, that any intention for good can override what was intended for bad. However, I think it's going to take something more than I want to take their beat and create a sound. If people go through an entire ritual to produce something, you might need to go through something to undo that. I don't know that it can just be undone, because I feel like, hey, I got some lyrics. I'm going to use that beat. And so now it's all the way undone. For me, if it were me and I had to create music, but as you know, God has precluded me because of talent from being involved, I would try and create something original. because I think using things that other people have used that you don't know could have been preyed upon, could have been offered up to Timbuktu and the others. Who knows who these people are, you know, what they're doing to get what they're getting. But what I'm saying is this, I do believe, and I'm not saying it's more powerful than God, what these people are doing, they do believe is real.
I know.
They're not playing with it at all. And whatever it is has convinced them that it's real. They don't believe it because they're crazy. They believe it because they've been convinced.
Oh, I got you.
My thought is, if I'm going to take you at your word that it's real, I'm always thoughtful about that because I'm always under the idea that, yes, this is my gene.
He said, you don't believe in the sky daddy. God is in you. That's the whole thing. God is in us. It's not about being a sky daddy. God is in us. Period. We are the temple. We are the church. Our body is a temple in the church. Period.
From way back in the day, but people who made it, and I'm talking about some of the people I love the most, the people who made it, I don't know what they intended to happen to me when I listened to it. And this is why all of these going to live shows where these people are performing, they say they're dancers.
Right. Nobody here to make you believe, man. But I must let you know that God is in you, man. Not no sky. God made everything. So why would he be in the sky? God is not time. He's outside of time. Omnipotent. I'm saying it right.
I don't know what this stuff is that these people are doing while I'm in there. But I don't want you doing none of that over me. I'm not interested in any of that happening to me because I'm not so sure that it can't happen. And I know the Christians who think, oh, I'm just going to do like this and say my quick prayer and go into the concert. I don't know that that's necessarily the covering that you need for the type of stuff they intended to happen to you while you were there. So I'm on a beware. I can't tell you I know all the answers to this, but I can tell you this playing around with vibration and frequency is for a reason. Unfortunately, we don't understand the real intricacies of math to really understand what that's about.
This is just my take. You can argue with me about it if you want to. This is just my take. You're both right. Right, you're just booking two different.
I ain't getting no vaccine or no booster shots. I'm straight pure blood. I voted for Trump, but doesn't mean I'm going to get the vaccine because he pushed it out. No. That's how you know some people are coats, because I'm not a coat. I didn't get no vaccine, no booster shot. So I don't keep on saying MAGA is coat, because MAGA didn't get no vaccine. We did our research.
Points about this, but the truth is still in the middle of it. Just for everybody down here, let's go all the way back to that time frame. You do know that the Jewish people, the people chosen by God, right, to be the messengers of God's message to all of humanity, right, to be the vehicle so that we could all understand. That's why we have the Holy Bible. You understand. You know that during their just life, especially during weddings and ceremonies, you know, they played secular music, right? I just want to make sure we all understand that, right? When they had even their weddings, and most likely the wedding that Jesus went through, we think secular and we think hard metal, you know, and all that kind of good stuff, but no, just tambourines and stuff, festivals. It just wasn't specifically from Song of Songs, and it wasn't specifically from the Torah. And so by our definition, it was not specifically something that was made to worship God, so it's secular in nature. Now, the person playing that, I would assume, because the Jewish people were very pious, if you will, that they did it, to Minister Dansel's point. They created that music for God. God gave them a gift, and they said, I do all things that I do, as we should, for the glory of God, right? And I just want to put that part out there. And we go to a couple things here. There's no such thing as neutrality. So if someone tells you as a Christian, like, I'm painting this painting, I'm doing this this music, or I'm doing this workout, oh, you're doing it for God? Nah. You know, I'm just kind of just doing it, right? I'm not really doing anything for God. I'm just setting this apple on the table. It's not sinful. Therefore, I'm good to go. Scripture is very, very clear about this. You're either with me or whoever is not with me is against me. Whoever does not gather with me scatters, right? We talk about the fence all the time. There's no such thing as I'm just right there in between. You're either hot or you are cold. That fence belongs to Satan. So I think we can all establish that music in and of itself, take out the artist, take out the instruments, plop some music in front of me does not make it inherently evil, like sexual immorality is for.
Right. Democratic Party pushed the vaccine because, it was about control. That's why they had the mandates, vaccine passports to go to a theater, go to a club. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't visit your parents down there. If you visit your parents, you had to visit them with a mask on or through a plastic shield. That shit's stupid as hell. You couldn't even go outside. If you go outside, throw a birthday party or a barbecue, Lori Lightfoot in Chicago at the time, she had the cops and arrest you. And then she had it where your neighbors snitch on you. If you're having a party, she wants you to tell your neighbors. She wants you to snitch on your neighbors if you're throwing a birthday party or a party at your house, in your backyard during COVID. You could have nobody at your house, just your own people in the house. No new outsiders. That shit's stupid, man. That was bogus as hell. Wow, we're here to stay, man. Ain't no more that tiptoeing. We're gonna say what we gotta say. And if you offended, be offended. That's the thing about it too. People afraid getting their feelings hurt. Get your feelings hurt. It's okay. Move up. Man and woman up.
Example, like drunkenness. Those are things we all understand, right? And so to that point, I agree with Minister Danzel on that point, right? That the song itself, when we say this cup is evil, because it was made by a Satanist, right? And the Satanist owned this cup. I got it off of eBay. Even if the Satanist did incantations on this cup, you have no power here, right? This cup is not evil. That being said, Minister Danzel, here's why I do wholeheartedly agree with Brother Wise and Crystal on this. We look at the nation. First of all, I think we all agree. The woman who's doing this dance, nobody agrees with that, right? I think everyone's just like, no, she's as wrong as three boys in the bathtub on that one. My concern is, and Crystal said it really quickly, and I want to just highlight from my perspective so y'all can hear it. Hand on the Bible, lie detector, gun to my head. I have no idea what song that woman is taking the original from. Crystal knows me. She knows. Y'all said a bunch of names just now, Juicy Fruit and something like that. I have no idea what you were talking about. So I asked myself, what if I was not me? What if I was younger and I also didn't know the song it was coming from? I was walking through different country, doesn't matter. And I see a young woman who takes this song, right, has a good beat to it, I'll say that, that's all I know, right, and she's dancing to this, right, she got, I think she had a cross around her neck, it was really hard to just focus with, there's a lot going on there, and she's saying these things that we have to respect. Most people in this country don't know the Bible. Most people who call themselves Christians in this country don't know the Bible. And if they do know the Bible, they only know what the pastor puts in front of them to get their money every single Sunday. And so they're going to see this young lady who, I can't remember what she looks like, but I'm assuming she was kind of attractive, dancing around in a sexual way, saying she's a Bible baddie and all the other stuff that she said. And for her, hey, look, she clearly needs to get back into the scripture. And she is spreading this now to minds that, I'm not going to say are innocent, but minds that are uneducated, untrained on scripture, unknowledgeable. Do I think that if you sit down and click on a country music song that you doing that act, I'm only talking about you, is inherently sinful? Well, no, you can only control yourself. I don't know what whoever the artist is that made this song did it for, but we're in such a case right now, and this is where I think I align with them on this piece, is we have to do our due diligence as believers. Ignorance is not an excuse anymore. Ignorance of the law doesn't pass, so why do we think ignorance of faith is? There's no such thing as I've been living my life in sin, and I didn't know it was a sin, so I'm safe. I can go to heaven. It doesn't exist. We should look at who is the artist that's putting this song out. What are their intentions behind it? Because if they put out this song with evil intentions or anything other than God, which makes it evil, right, then we know that we shouldn't associate with that because we might be helping them advance this. And I think that's something that's really prevalent because I'll tell you the truth. I personally don't advocate for other types of music. Do I used to listen to it? Absolutely. I think everybody else up here did. Do I think that if I tell a young person to go check out this new song that's maybe like, you know, like a love song about your husband, not inappropriate, or about your wife, not inappropriate, just a good love song. Do I think that's going to send him on the path to hell? Absolutely not. My concern is that he will take that, he will go listen to that song, and he'll be like, oh, this person's interesting. I don't know the artist, and so they're going to listen to the artist and find out that they're a member of the LGBTQIA+, right? They don't know the artist, and maybe they're pushing for Islamic things, and so we have to do our due diligence when it comes to what we listen to, and I'll say this. What are you listening to more? Worship music or hip hop? Are you listening more to gospel music? Because then the question is your posture, your stance of your heart. If you're like, oh, yeah, I listen to, I don't know, heavy metal my entire week, but then on church I listen to my worship songs and I'm good to go. I would say you're giving more time to things of the world than you are to God. My concern with taking songs and putting, like, I guess that's what this woman did. Has it been done before? I agree. Why? It's been done before. It's been beautiful before. Is there a world that exists where it can happen again? Perhaps. I have no idea. I can't predict the future. But should we do it right now? I would say no, because for us, we know the difference. But for the 17-year-old who's going to hear this song, they're going to do what I thought about doing. I thought about looking it up. I was curious. I want to be cool like you all are on this panel. I'm going to hear the song. And to Crystal's point, I'm not going to remember a single lyric. I'm going to remember the beat. And when I hear the beat, AT going to turn it off because it sounds like it's nasty. But a young child who doesn't know will listen just long enough. And now they have had sin introduced to them by listening to this song. We should get back to that. We should.
Yeah, Kamala was bogus for that, man. Kick them people up out of there. Talking about she cooked collard greens in a tub. Nasty. Who put greens in a tub? Man, she bogus for that. Bogus.
Mr. Chicago Conservative, you may ring again. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Appreciate that. Happy Pride, y'all.
Happy Pride, y'all. From your gay ass mayor, Brandon Johnson. Look at my gay jog. Yeah, I love the gays.
Like, dude, first of all, you only shook that guy's hat. Oh, wait.
Right, Trump the Great White Hope. Yes, he is. Amazing. Right, Pride before the fall? Nah, I'm good on that.
That's not what I meant to say, guys. Excuse me. You only shook that guy's hand because his hat looks stupid. Okay? Now, as you guys can see, there is a pride parade going on in the city of Chicago, and Brandon Johnson is looking fabulously gay right now, right? And if I'm being honest, the crowd really isn't that big, which is a good sign, ladies and gentlemen, because usually these Chicago, progressive parades be kind of crazy, dangerous, and they be packed. Trust me, I've been to like at least 3 of them. I didn't attend, but I was, confronting them. But my thing is this, guys, Chicago don't even have money for this.
Damn.
We can't afford a parade right now, especially a gay one. I'm sorry. I don't got a problem with gay people. But my thing is this, Brandon Johnson, we ain't got time for this right now. You could have had somebody else.
This is the Chicago Conservative Unfiltered. Vashawn, good people. Check his channel out.
Take your place. You and JB Pritzker.
Like, share, and subscribe as well, you guys. Like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already.
Which we're going to get into right now because, JB Pizza, he's not getting away that easy.
He said pizza.
No Kings. Oh my. Oh. You know what?
Retarded.
I just thought about something. We just figured out where these No Kings protests in Chicago is being funded from. That's JB Pritzker's wife, by the way. So she got on a fucking No Kings protest shirt. I mean, first of all, you're supposed to be supporting the gays, right? So you're taking this time to basically bash Trump. JB Pritzker literally cannot go to bed without thinking about this man's Trump. When you literally have Chicago burning to the ground.
Burning.
Brandon Johnson just lost the Bears. Shouldn't you be not attacking Trump? Shouldn't you be attacking the political mayor right now, which is Brandon Johnson? Why are you
letting your wife go outside with that dumbass shirt. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. There are more things that we need to be prioritizing right now in Chicago other than Trump. Like taking care of the crime. Okay, guys, so we got J.B. Pritzker. We got J.B. Pritzker's wife on his right side, and we got J.B. Pritzker's wife's secret boyfriend on J.B. Pritzker's left shoulder. Okay, so that's the trio, ladies and gentlemen, because let's be honest, J.B. Pritzker was smiling a little bit, guys. And I'm actually surprised that he's not marching with his transgender cousin, who's also a billionaire, by the way. So let's just continue, but keep that in mind. Shout out Chicago Flips Red. Shout out Chicago Flips Red, man. You know they don't miss. But let's just okay. I don't want to offend nobody because I am being honest. I really don't have a problem with gay people. I truly don't care what people do with their genitals. Okay. I have a problem in Chicago when it comes to the LGBT machine because they're after the kids. You know what I'm saying? Drag queen story time and all of that bullshit. Yeah, trying to put men in women's bathrooms. Yeah, they was pushing for that heavy in Illinois because, you know, we're one of the most liberal states ever. Yeah. And if I ever see a dude in a woman's bathroom, you know, I'm going to keep that comment to myself, you know, because of YouTube AI moderation and YouTube guidelines and things like that. But my thing is this, ladies and gentlemen, I really don't, you know, like I said, I don't have a problem with gay people, but I really don't support like the LGBT movement in Chicago because they're pushing it on the kids, and I really don't appreciate that. Because
not cool, you guys.
In my opinion, and me personally, I think it's wrong either way it goes. But in my opinion, you should at least wait for a child to become at least 18 years old to choose that lifestyle. That's just my opinion. Now, if it was up to me, you know, if you became that way, like, I don't think people are just born gay. I'm sorry. I just don't believe that shit is real. I'm sorry. That shit is just made up. Okay? There was somewhere down the line where, you know, either there was a positive thought in the back of their mind or a positive, you know, moment in their life, or it could have been a negative moment in their life that either steered them to this way or it satisfied them to make them believe that this was the right thing to do. Does that make sense, ladies and gentlemen?
No.
Because in my opinion, nobody is born gay. I'm sorry. If you can show me the science behind that, which I don't really think is like there, then yeah, because people are trying to say it's a gay gene, and it's not. I think Brandon Johnson got a gay gene. He might be the first one to have a literal gay gene in his blood. Okay? And we seen the walk. We're at Pride Month. Like, nigga, you're so sassy and gay. Like, go do your job. Nobody wants to see you at a fucking Pride parade, dude. I'm sorry. There are more things that we need to be taking care of in Chicago other than you trying to basically shove down progressive ideologies onto the other people of Chicago. And in my opinion, yes, we all know Chicago supports the LGBT. But we should all see they're doing this in a negative way now because now they're just throwing it in our face forcefully now.
Crazy
and they're doing it to our children, which I don't approve. Okay? So this is an L in my opinion, but you guys let me know if I'm wrong in the comment section. If you guys want more videos like this, please let me know and hit that like button on the way out. Subscribe if you guys are new and become a member if you guys want to. And the last thing I'm going to say is this. The 2027 mayoral election is coming up, right? We all know Brandon Johnson is running again. We have a few other candidates who are, you know, at the top of the positions who are Democrats. But my thing is this, ladies and gentlemen, the tag you just seen at the end of the video, Chicago Flips Red, we are low-key flipping red. We don't even really care how much money these candidates have behind them because the vote the person who casts the vote ultimately has the power and the leverage, okay? And they can use as much money as they want. But in my opinion, I think Chicago is waking up. We have a lot of numbers backing that up. And we cannot keep allowing the Democratic machine to take over Chicago, because they're not going to do anything else but allow crime to run rampant in our city. Because in my opinion, I think they need crime. I think that's just for everywhere in the United States at this point, because they need crime for a story, for the media. Today's top news, the Chicago conservative, fucking stabbed somebody in the alley. And then they need stuff like that so they could basically stay relevant as a news company or even as a social media platform, guys. They want stuff like this. That's why I push peace so much. Even police are just praying you do something. Yeah. They don't want you to be doing all type of crazy shootings and things like that in Chicago. But yeah, police kind of low-key prey on crime too, because that's their job. Yep. And you know who else? Hospitals. Because when you do stupid shit, you get hurt. Yeah, we need you to get hurt so we can do our job and get paid. Guys, just relax. All we gotta do is relax, and we don't gotta give these people you guys want to attack the bureaucrats and do all that stuff. Just calm down. If you listen to what I'm saying, this literally makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. Just relax. The bureaucrats and the global elites and the billionaire and all these people that you guys hate won't have this much money if you guys don't give them a reason to. If you get hurt at a hospital, you need pills and you need medication. That's big pharma. It's a lot of money in that. So, I'm just saying that to say, ladies and gentlemen, last thing I'm going to say is just Chicago needs to really start pushing real peace. And it starts where it's the most violence. And if these people, if you can't debate with these people, if you can't, have a civilized conversation with these people and they just want to be violent, throw they ass.
Some breaking news, U.S. Supreme Court, a decision is now in on a challenge led by Republicans to late arriving ballots in elections. Shannon Bream has the ruling. She's got the news and the headline now from the U.S. Supreme Court. Shannon.
All right, guys, this is not a win for Republicans who were challenging this. Mississippi has a state law with ballots after Election Day. If they come in, they're postmarked and meet the state requirements, but it's a 5-4 loss for Republicans, and an interesting cobbling together of who wrote on this. Justice Barrett wrote the opinion. Justice Roberts joined her along with Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. So those 5 stuck together on this. The dissent comes from Justice Alito. Thomas Gorsuch and Kavanaugh joined him. And essentially what the majority said is that these federal statutes setting Election Day don't prescribe, or they don't stand in conflict with states that want to say, okay, we have a procedure to count ballots after Election Day. Justice Alito, writing for the dissent, says today's decision is inconsistent with the terms of the Election Day statutes, contemporary election law principles, 2 centuries of historical practice, and the case law on the question presented. So if you're a state out there that counts ballots after Election Day based on your state law, that state law will stand. We wait on more opinions now, guys. More to come.
Boy. So we got to talk about some not so good news coming from the Supreme Court, as they have basically ruled that it is okay for Democrats to cheat in our elections. Okay, you had the RNC challenge mail-in ballots coming in after Election Day and whether or not they should be counted based off current federal statutes. Now, I just want people to understand this ruling here, which was a 5-4 ruling in favor of the left, okay, in favor of Democrats. You had Justice John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett, who at this point seems to be the worst Supreme Court pick for President Trump. It's not even close, okay? They basically ruled that it is okay for states to have mail-in ballots come in after Election Day and to be counted, even if it takes, weeks to count them, like, for example, out in California, as long as they are postmarked and sent in on Election Day. Okay, and I want to talk about this decision because, again, it is a bombshell decision that is very, very, very disappointing, especially from a court that is supposed to be a majority conservative. But in this case, they align with the left, and they basically have allowed our elections to continue to be rigged, okay, by Democrats, because that's what they're doing, right? They're using this in order to rig our elections. So without further ado, let's go ahead and roll this clip so people get a general understanding of what was being challenged here. Take a look.
The justices are wrestling with a question about whether states can count ballots received after Election Day in a case that could have an impact in nearly 30 states that allow some kind of grace period. The RNC is challenging a Mississippi law that allows ballots to be counted up to 5 business days after Election Day if they're postmarked by Election Day. Justice Alito was among the biggest skeptics during Monday's arguments.
Independence Day, birthday, and Election Day, and they're all particular days. So if we start with that, if I have nothing more to look at than the phrase Election Day, I think this is the day in which everything is going to take place.
But Justice Kagan questioned the impact of that logic on practices like early voting.
It seems to me it's a rule that prevents early voting because you're basically saying there are 2 things that have to happen, and they have to happen on Election Day.
Meaning the casting of the vote and the receipt of that vote. But attorney Paul Clement, representing the RNC, said the argument is that the process be consummated or completed by Election Day. A number of the justices also raised the issue of the potential for the appearance of fraud when votes arrive and are counted after Election Day. And there wind up being shifts in vote totals and how that may impact public confidence.
Yeah, so you seen that, you heard that. Now, I want people to understand what this case is about, right? Because the case is pretty narrow, okay? It's not deciding whether or not mail-in voting is constitutional or whether early voting is constitutional or whether Congress could require ballots to arrive on Election Day, okay? The question is really about whether existing statutes already impose that requirement. And they're basically saying no, okay? Now, Justice Alito argued that the majority adopted an overly narrow understanding of Election Day. In his view, federal law establishes a single national election day, meaning that the election should effectively be concluded on that day, right? Including the receipt of ballots. So that means that people, generally speaking, should vote on Election Day. And on Election Day, we should know who was elected, right? Like, you know, for example, in, you know, a bunch of other countries around the world, like Colombia, we just talked about the Colombian election. They counted tens of millions of ballots, same day, in person, right? I mean, they also had some overseas ballots to come in, but still, they counted all the ballots same day, okay? They didn't have a bunch of them coming after the election. We basically knew who won that election the night of, despite the fact they had to count tens of millions of ballots. Okay, for whatever reason, Democrat states like California can't figure that out, right? The Supreme Court has basically said that what happened out in California, which we talked about, LA, and California in general, in their primary, right, the most recent election, yeah, that's totally fine. It's totally okay, in which you had a bunch of ballots come in late for a socialist that knocked out the Republican a few weeks later after the election had already concluded. Again, the Supreme Court is saying that this is okay.
Pratt's post-election mail-in ballots declined by 1/3. So statistically, the population of people that send in their ballots late reduced for Pratt by 1/3, increased for Nithya Raman by 80%, and Karen Bass 10% less. If you just look at the mail-in ballots before and after Election Day as a comparison. I don't know if there's a socio-political way that you can assess those statistics and assume that these are individuals casting their individual vote for who they think should be mayor of LA. Basically, the concentration of incremental votes that Nithya Raman got came around the Skid Row area in Los Angeles. But when you look at the basic statistics of what happened in person, mail-in before.
Right, just go ahead and pass it, man. It's not no doggone Jim Crow 2.0. We are Americans. It's not for us. It's for the damn illegals. And they shouldn't even vote in it. They can't pass the constitutional test. How they vote in America? You know what I'm saying? How could they vote in America? They don't know the Constitution. They didn't take the test. And in school, we had to take the test to even graduate. That's crazy how these people just skip the line like that.
Mail in after election day, it becomes a real statistical quagmire on how did this sort of a socio-political shift happen in such a way that it did. Now, there was a report published, and they highlighted the 2018 California midterm elections and the challenges that they saw arise in that midterm elections because of some of the legislative changes that were made. First, California Assembly Bill 1921 legalized the practice of unlimited ballot harvesting in the state. What that means is that any individual in the state of California has the right to go and collect ballots from any other individuals, regardless of relationship, fill them out, and send them in. California, 2 years later, 18 months later, also passed a law that made it permanent that every person registered in the state of California would get a ballot. So tens of millions of ballots then get mailed out. Then there was another series of laws that were passed that said anyone can register to vote. You don't need to prove your citizenship. You can use a gym membership card as an example. So anyone can register to vote. There is no proof of ID when you get a ballot. There is no demonstration that the person who fills out the ballot has anything to do with the individual who's supposed to be voting that ballot. And it is legal for an individual to go out and collect hundreds or thousands of ballots, ship them in, and they will all qualify in these kind of mail-in ballot voting processes. So there is nothing illegal or fraudulent going on. In fact, the system is operating exactly as intended. It has been set up and structured in a way that with the right construct, you can get an individual appointed, not elected, but appointed to a particular role in government under a, quote, free election in California.
Yeah. So again, the Supreme Court, again, including John Roberts, who, again, I'm not surprised he sided with the liberals on this, and Amy Coney Barrett, who appears to be a turncoat, right, a traitor, basically said, yeah, that's totally fine. It's totally okay, right, to have an election system like we have out in California where basically you can do unlimited ballot harvesting and you have no election integrity procedures in place in order to make sure that the proper people are voting, the people who are supposed to be voting are voting, or that the people who voted actually, voted. No. You can do unlimited ballot harvesting, and it doesn't matter when the ballots come in as long as they are postmarked by election day. So it doesn't matter if they arrive 7 days later. It's totally fine. It's totally okay. Okay, they arrive 7 days later. It takes 3 weeks to count them. Hey, it is what it is, right? According to the Supreme Court. The dissent rightfully believe that permitting ballots to arrive afterwards extends the federal election beyond the day that Congress selected and undermines the uniformity that Congress intended. Okay, so basically, in my opinion, I think that the dissent is correct. Obviously, the majority is wrong, okay, on this issue. However, I guess the good thing is that ultimately it's up to Congress, right? Congress can create laws, right? They can tighten up the laws in order to ban this if they want, but we already know that Democrats will never get on board with something like this. But again, they didn't say that Congress couldn't do anything about it. They're just saying that based off the current laws, right, as written, that election day actually means it can be, 3 weeks, right? Election day doesn't actually really mean election day. It just means the day that people are supposed to vote, but it doesn't mean the day that elections are decided, right? Again, Justice Alito essentially argued that no, election day should actually be an election day, right? It should be the day that people, again, generally vote, that votes are counted, and we decide who is going to be elected, right? That is generally what election day should mean. But again, Democrats don't believe that, and the court sided with Democrats. So without further ado, let's learn a little bit more about this bombshell decision, because it is disappointing to say the least.
The Supreme Court handing down several major decisions this morning.
Joining us this morning to kind of sort through them is constitutional law attorney David Cole. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
All right, so we didn't get a ruling on birthright citizenship, but we did get a ruling on mail-in ballots. Supreme Court saying ballots received.
I just want to be clear. I don't expect the Supreme Court to overturn birthright citizenship, right? So I'm not even going to get your hopes up on that, but I do expect some type of narrowing, right? Maybe they'll say that Congress has the right to do something about it. That's probably what they'll say at the very least, okay? But I don't expect them to actually outright overturn it. So I don't want to even, attempt to make people feel like, we have a shot at birthright citizenship. I just don't think that they're going to do anything about it. I just think that they're probably going to say, like they did with this, that, hey, if you want to do something about it, it's up to Congress. Again, that's disappointing because we know that Congress can't really get a damn thing done, right? They can't really agree on anything, and they're definitely not going to agree on issues like mail-in voting after the election, ballots coming in after the election, and birthright citizenship. So, it is what it is, but the court is basically saying, nah, this is not our job, right? It's up to Congress to make these decisions. So it is what it is. I'm just preparing you guys for what's likely to come. We can't win them all, right? We've won a lot of cases, right? But we cannot win them all.
After Election Day can be accepted by states, President Trump was claiming that mail-in voting is vulnerable to fraud. So the question, I guess, with this, and you can explain the ruling as well, could this impact his current efforts to get a voting bill passed?
Sure. The Supreme Court here held that the current federal laws that we have now about how to handle elections don't prohibit a state from having mail-in ballots where you have a few days after Election Day to count, late coming ballots. And a lot of people vote that way. And so there was dispute about whether or not the current law prohibited that or allowed it. Now we have an answer. It allows it. But Congress can change that law. That's not constitutional. And so, of course, we all know this.
Yeah, that's true. Black liberals are always going to vote blue because of the accountability. Yep. That's sad, man. They'll keep on voting blue because they want to stay on the Section 8 and government assistance. They ain't trying to work. They ain't trying to build a great legacy, make a brand for themselves. That's crazy, man. They just want to stay on the couch and they complain about everything. You getting government assistance and you complain. You living the dream. Once again, you guys, we got to go out there and vote, man. Vote these people, outvote these people, because these people be at home doing nothing. We at work, they out there protesting and tripping. We got to do, we got to do better. We got to outbeat these people on the real. They out there protesting, we at work. That's crazy. Sending people off. Well, sending people out and themselves off. No kings. Soon King Charles came to America. They was happy to see this man. I'm like, y'all said no king. Oh, but Trump not a king. We voted for Trump. He wasn't selected like Kamala was. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Fact has been the subject of a lot of discussion in Congress the last several weeks. This may give some political fuel to that fire, or Congress may say enough already. Let's just let it sit for this election. But the ball is now in Congress's court.
All right.
Right. They talking about some working 20 hours or 80 hours a month. No, man, get their ass up, get this, get this money, man. On the real. Ain't no way y'all just sitting at home like that. That's why the SNAP benefits and Section 8 things going the way it's going now, because they want the illegals to get it too. Like, y'all stupid. Y'all want people that don't work, don't live here at all, and you want to get the free stuff too. Now y'all got exposed. Now y'all got to go to work. That's on y'all. It's okay, come to America, it's free. Come on, it's free for everybody. No, it's not. Idiot.
Let's also talk about the president's authority to fire a member really fire anyone, I would think, because, the president, he's in charge. He does have removal power, but really not explicitly stated in the Constitution. So it's been interpreted certain ways through judicial rulings or like political practice. But now the Supreme Court's going to rule.
Yeah, it's been a back and forth for as long as there have been agencies, which is as long as we've had a country. And, agency heads don't want to be fired and the presidents want to fire them. But today is about as clear as it's ever been from the Supreme Court that the president's in charge. He can't do it himself. He gets to pick the people that he works with. If he doesn't like you anymore, he can replace you. And there have been a lot of efforts by Congress over the years to put in for cause limitations or this kind of limitation or that kind of limitation.
You say he built the gay castle. Some people said it might be some type of Muslim building or something like that. Just out of granted, some type of connection with the Muslim faith that the presidential Obama thing posed for gay. Some type of connection with it. I don't know. I'm still gonna find it. Yeah, he staked them out. Yep.
the president put you in, the president can take you out. That's part of being the president.
And if another president put you in there, then he can also take them out, right? So, like, I know the Federal Trade Commissioner, Rebecca Slaughter, that was a big one that was put up. But without citing anything, the president can now do that.
Right. If Congress says you can only remove the members of XYZ commission for cause, well, the for cause language just drops out. That had always been kind of out there. It was this old case from the 1930s called Humphrey's Executor. It had barely been hanging on the last few years. And the Supreme Court, I think the language in the opinion today was whatever is left of Humphrey's Executor, we're done. No more Humphrey's Executor. So if you're the commissioner, a commissioner of the FTC or something, you need to make sure the boss is happy.
And so they allowed the Federal Reserve Governor, Lisa Cook, she gets to keep her job, correct?
Right. Different situation there. And the court went to great lengths to say that the Federal Reserve is in a long tradition running all the way back to really the founding of the country of having a national bank. And there are that has its own tradition, its own sets of rules. Congress has passed all these special protections there. There's a unique role that the Federal Reserve governors have in dealing with the market and the regional banks. And the president can still remove you for cause. But the court said that means something in that context. You've got to dot the I's and cross the T's. You can't just say it. And so they're going to keep fighting that fight, but the Fed is different from the other agencies out there that are affected by the other ruling today.
Got it.
Yeah, aka the Fed is untouchable, right? Apparently the Fed is his own thing, and the president can't fire members of the Fed, at least for right now, right? This is what they're saying. It's just interesting to me how the courts go out of their way to protect the Federal Reserve, right? Who's actually running the country, right? I got real questions. I mean, seriously, right? Is the president running the country or the Federal Reserve? Because the Federal Reserve has a lot to do with our economy, okay, and how our country functions economically. And the president seems to have very limited authority over that, right, in regards to shaping the board. The courts are basically saying, yeah, he can fire everybody except those people on the Fed, right? If you are, on the Fed, okay, you're a Fed chair, you're on the board, you're a governor, you're good, right? You're basically immune from being held accountable unless there's like real cause, right? Which, do we really know what that means, right? We don't really know, right? I think it just means whatever Democrats agree with, to be honest with you, right? If Democrats say it's okay, then it's fine. I don't know. I'm just saying that these rulings today are not great, okay? Some wins mixed in for the president, but, on some of the major questions, again, mail-in balloting, coming in after Election Day, not what we wanted, but hey, it is what it is. You can't win them all. Again, I would not expect anything positive on birthright citizenship, but we're going to see, right? I'm holding out hope that they're going to at least allow Congress to do something about it. That's probably what they're going to do, but I don't think they're going to outright overturn it, but we're going to see. Let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Secret Service Sam here with a Carmelo Anthony update. And here's something interesting I saw a woman point out online. The videos that have been released are heavily doctored. She points out that the tent, her dad apparently owned a tent making factory or something. And she points out that she believes this tent was doctored to the point where there's different shades of yellow that you can see. She believes that it was doctored so much to not let you see the full view of what was actually happening under that tent. It is a revelation. It is not surprising, but you notice different shades by the benches. You notice even the black on the tent. It looks like they use like a coloring in grading tool, and it's a different color. So my question is, why are we not seeing the actual video? There is HD video, allegedly, that exists of this altercation, and why are we not being shown that? I have sent in my request to Collins County to autopsy because, again, people were passing around one that was not real. It is so important to not spread misinformation. This is a tragic situation, but justice must be served. Secret Service Sam Out Samson for president of the world.
Boy. So I think we're coming up on, 2 or 3 weeks now after Carmelo Anthony was convicted of murdering Austin Metcalf. And we're still talking about this because the pro-Blackity Blacks have not let go of the biggest grift on the internet right now, which is that Carmelo is actually innocent and that there's this grand conspiracy theory, right? Everybody, including the witnesses, the judge, the defense lawyer, everybody, okay, outside of pro-Blackity Blacks have come together to convict Carmelo Anthony, a young...
They claiming that the Austin Metcalf father, Jeff, got everybody together, made him sign a petition to delete the video, all type of stupid shit. Like, this man got that much power over 20 plus people to just make it and paint it that Carmelo Anthony is the victim. Or he really, the boy stabbed somebody, man, because somebody touched him. He said it himself. It's not allegedly. I did it. He said it. Nobody put him in a corner. There was no first 48. There was no chicken wings. There was no pop right there. He just said, no, I did it. The cop said, I have the suspect, the alleged suspect. He said, no, I did it. It's me. I know how it works. So the case is already right there. He's not going to win the appeal. I mean, if he does get it, I want to put it, it makes no sense because he already said he did it. This doesn't matter about the jury. It doesn't matter about the color the jury is. That's the thing about it. Everybody making it about race. Both schools are diverse, mixed kids. It wasn't just a one solid color of kids. It was mixed. And the people who testified was mixed.
Black man because of racism, hate, and bigotry, right? And they come up with all of these conspiracy theories to try to explain why is it that Carmelo Anthony is innocent, right? And one of the most common conspiracy theories is that there's this magical video out there of Carmelo being jumped, but this video has not surfaced yet, okay? However, the pro-Blackity Blacks were up and down.
And then Carmelo said it himself. He put his hands on me multiple times. He said he, not they. He didn't stutter. He didn't have a second thought, second guess his words. He said it. He put his hands on me. He put his hands on me. Crazy.
It exists, is out there, even though, logically speaking, it's probably not, right? Just based off the fact that if it actually existed, it would have been exposed already to the world, right? For the world to see. But it hasn't been, which strongly suggests that it doesn't exist, okay? And you have individuals making up all types of excuses, again, for why Carmelo is innocent and that this was some type of, again, grand conspiracy theory to send a young black man to prison. They keep talking about how the lawyer was in on it. Oh, he was a bad lawyer, bad defense. And it's like, bad defense does not equal Carmelo innocent.
It's not just that. You guys had the money to pay for a top lawyer that was worth $500,000, and they went down for a white cheap lawyer for $75,000. Once again, the race doesn't matter. They went for the cheapest lawyer anyway, and they figured by them being race grifters or whatever, it's like, well, he's white and he's cheap. He's white and he's cheap. That's what happened. He said it himself.
Right, but you can't explain that to people who are not rational or reasonable or logical, okay? And videos like this that I'm going to react to are a great example of what I'm talking about. Featuring Dennis Sperling, who is a black attorney who has been on Willie D's show and has tried to explain to Willie D why Carmelo is guilty. However, despite this lawyer explaining to Willie D the truth, right, the facts about this case, Willie D is still spreading these conspiracy theories because, again, he's grifting, right, off his low IQ audience. Individuals like this guy right here, James Harlem, who is going to show us why is it that talking to these people, trying to explain logic to these people is a waste of time, right? And that is what we have to react to here. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
You say there's an 11-minute video. You said that it depicts multiple individuals jumping Carmelo Anthony. But again, none of the witnesses testified that he was jumped. None of the witnesses testified. Carmelo didn't take the stand. And so how do we know that this video exists?
We know the video exists because they were making available to public, but those who requested to see the video, they had to sign disclosure forms, and this shouldn't be breaking news to you, but it is if you say so. Okay, and as I was saying,
I'm just trying to understand if it's truly out there, and if you can let us know who the owner is. You're saying it's the Frisco ISD. Are you saying that Frisco ISD withheld this video that could have exonerated Carmelo Anthony? Is that what you're saying based on your information?
I appreciate you not.
I'm just asking
putting
a question.
words in my mouth.
No, I'm not. Okay, so who has the video?
Okay, the people who saw the video, I believe it was the school, Frisco County. That's the name of the school. They made requests to see the video.
I gotta ask questions.
Yes, sir. I understand.
You're saying Frisco ISD is withholding this video that could exonerate Carmelo Anthony. Is that what you're saying? It's a yes or no question.
And I'll ask you again.
Is it a yes or no? Hold on. Okay. Did they turn over the video? Did Frisco ISD turn over the video?
I do not know what Frisco did. I do not know if they are withholding the video.
Why you defend if you don't know? Why do you think they're not giving the video that could exonerate Carmelo Anthony that you say they showed to multiple people? Why do you think they're not giving it to they didn't give it to the court? They didn't give it to the prosecutor. They didn't give it to the defendant. Why do you think
they did? They do have it. They do have it. And that's the problem. That's the problem, because his defense did not allow that video to be presented to the jury. Oh, well, I'll take that back. They have it. I do not know if the jury saw the full 11-minute video. If the jury did see the full 11-minute video and still found him guilty, well, then that showed the racial bias of that jury, because from the reports, it's indisputable evidence. Please allow me, sir. From the reports, they are in this.
But you said that already, okay? I'm going to give you a suggestion, all right? I don't think there's a video. I think that's just internet rumor, because if there was a video, we would have it.
Well, look, here's the thing.
Come on, man.
I think this lawyer is being generous, right? And again, this guy is not, in my opinion, a conservative, right? He's one of these guys that definitely goes along with, the pro-blackity black agenda. So even though I think that he sympathizes with the pro-blackity blacks, he has to tell the truth, right? He has to also use logic, okay? Because that's his job. I think he's being generous. I think that it's more than just an internet rumor. It's a lie, right? I think it's just a flat out lie that was made up because this video does not exist. The judge has already released the video that was shown to the jurors. And in that video, Carmelo was not being jumped at all, okay? But even before the video was released, we had news outlets, we had other people who went and watched the video, and all of them did not come out and say that Carmelo was jumped, right? The video that was released was very consistent with reputable news outlets and journalists who actually saw the video before it came out to the public, right? But you had pro-blackity blacks, including pedophiles, who got to watch the video, and they came out and claimed that Carmelo was jumped. And there's clear as day footage of him being jumped. And lo and behold, when the footage was actually released, they were wrong, right? They were incorrect. Now, instead of admitting the truth, right, acknowledging that, hey, we were wrong, no, they double and triple down on the lies. Well, again, there's this new conspiracy. Well, that video is not the full video, right? They're hiding the real video, right? And the only people who have seen the real video, again, are the pro-blackity blacks who claim that, again, there's clear as day video of Carmelo being jumped. So, again, the point of me reacting to this video is just to show, once again, that these people cannot be reasoned with, right? Because they're low IQ, right? And I don't mean that in the same way that somebody like an Amazing Bottom will use low IQ in order to describe people that he disagree with. I don't call people that I disagree with low IQ. I actually examine their arguments. And I say, hey, your argument makes sense for this reason, or it doesn't make sense for this reason. And based off your reasoning, right, I will come to a conclusion about your intelligence. This whole Carmelo Anthony situation is a big IQ test. And there are a lot of people who have failed this IQ test. And again, this is an example of somebody who has spectacularly failed the IQ test on the Carmelo Anthony situation.
Everybody would have it. It would have been seen by now.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of plot. Let me finish.
It's supposed to wrong.
It's supposed to wrong. Respectfully, sir. It's just a matter of sending out a $25 subpoena and ordering the Frisco School Board to bring it forth. That's it. It's not a mystery.
Suppose you're wrong. Suppose it's not that simple. Suppose you are dead wrong that they're hiding the video.
I'm absolutely not wrong. You can't.
Well, how would you know you're not wrong, sir? How could you justly say that you know you're not wrong?
There's the video, and multiple people have seen it. That means people can testify that this video exists, and you've already demonstrated. You've described it. It's 11 minutes long. It's in possession of the Frisco ISD School Department, and multiple people have seen it. It will come forth. Okay? So, again, it's my opinion that it doesn't exist. However, if you feel like it exists, that's fine. You're entitled to feel how you want to. But bottom line is there was 13 other witnesses that testified, that never testified that the young man was jumped. You don't need a video if you got 13 witnesses. You need video when there's no other people.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on. Now, this black lawyer is forgetting that the witnesses, including the black ones, right? They're Sambo soldiers, right? They all sold out Carmelo, right? So the witnesses are in on the conspiracy theory too, right? That's what this lawyer is forgetting, right? According to the pro-blackies.
No, I'm gonna finish because I'm gonna move on to the next person, sir. Respectfully.
Have you ever heard of kangaroo jury?
You mean kangaroo?
A kangaroo court?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of that?
I've heard of that, sir. I've heard of that.
Well, that's exactly what Carmelo Anthony was faced with, a kangaroo court.
Okay, well, the bottom line is, sir, he has an opportunity to take an appeal. I don't think that they're going to appeal the fact that there's a video that nobody seems to have. I think that's just internet rumor. And I know this is an emotional issue for a lot of people because a lot of people recognize that the criminal justice system has been arbitrarily unfair to black people throughout the history. But the bottom line is...
your stance is unfair for you to think that way.
No, it's not unfair.
Without even examining if an evidence existed. Just to make a blanket statement already.
I'm not telling you what you want to hear. See, I'm not telling you what you want to hear. I'm telling you what the facts are. And the facts are that there's a 17-year-old boy that's dead. That's the facts. There's a 17
because of his actions. Because of his actions.
Brother, there's a 17-year-old boy that's dead, and there's another 17-year-old boy that's going to prison for 35 years. And what we have to do is, well, I can't hear you right now. Hold on a minute.
No, he's not going to do 35 years. No.
Okay,
no.
Well, he's in prison now. And he got a sentence of 35 years. Maybe he'll get probation after 17.
No, he gonna differ.
Right. He gonna say the same thing. He gonna get more time. He's not gonna get out. You got the song called "The Austin Bop" dissing him, his son. Y'all keep on saying Carmelo's the victim when he's the aggressor. Y'all keep on cut. You know what I'm saying? Y'all bold. Y'all keep on saying his family and him is racist. Y'all keep dissing this man. And this man keep on saying he want to pray for the family. He forgive the family. He want peace for the family. And you guys keep on pushing this this bullshit narrative about race. And he got jumped. Nah, it's not going to work. Watermelon felon.
He do 35, right? And one of the main reasons why he's going to do 35 is because of these pro-blackities continuing to double and triple down on this idea that he's innocent, right? As long as they continue to double and triple down on this, not showing any remorse, not apologizing, grifting, fundraising, they are just guaranteeing that Carmelo is going to spend 35 years getting bent over. That's what's happening.
That's fucked up.
But what we have
unacceptable. No, none of that is acceptable.
You can't accept it.
None of that is acceptable.
What we have to do as responsible adults is make sure that no other children, no other young people allow themselves to lose control and end up in this situation. I'm not
right. Keep your hands to yourself. That's what you do. Keep your hands.
Yeah, he's right. You should keep your hands to yourself. But even if somebody touches you or pushes you or hits you, you cannot bring deadly force into a conflict when there's no deadly force being used. You can't do it. If you do that, you're going to end up going to prison for 35 years. You're going to end up going to jail. You're going to lose your life. And that's the problem. Now, I'm going to let this gentleman finish saying what he has to say. That's a personal thing. I'm going to let him finish talking, and then we're going to move on to the next person. Go ahead, James Harlem. Let's hear what you got to say. Go ahead. Hold on. Let me unmute you. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Respectfully.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the opportunity. And you are being unfair, and you're not being open-mindedness. Open-mindedness. Excuse me.
You're right. I'm not going to be open-minded because there's a dead 17-year-old boy.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going to talk. So.
And another young man that's in jail for 35 years. There's no need to be open-minded. Now we have to be honest.
You said you wanted
assertive, and we have to talk to people.
If you want
to talk to young people and let them know that this is not the proper course of action. And parents, responsible parents, have to tell their children that they have to learn to control their emotions. All right. Thank you, Mr. James Harlem. I appreciate you, Mr. James Harlem. Everybody's passionate. I appreciate the passion. Shout out to the passionate people. I appreciate you. But the bottom line is what we're not going to do on this channel. Okay. What we're not going to do on this channel is have a bunch of other young people signing their death warrants. Okay.
Man, that's
Look,
good.
There's enough blame to go around. One young man put his hands on another young man, and he shouldn't have done that. Another young man, in my opinion, in the jury's opinion, responded in a way that was disproportionate.
He had time to go in his bag. He had time to leave. He should have just left.
No problem with that. I raised my sons, okay, to defend themselves. I myself practice multiple forms of martial arts, boxing and jiu-jitsu. You all see my freshly striped purple belt in jiu-jitsu here. This is my sons, okay? Because conflict happens, okay? We fight anybody, big people, small people. I don't want to hear it. Control your emotions is what I'm trying to explain to you. In young men especially, we have a lot of young men out here who think that they can get away with the things that, you know, they shouldn't think they should get away with, and they suffer the consequences. That's what we need to deal with.
Yeah. But, you know, again, that's being reasonable, right? And you're talking to people who are not reasonable, okay? So, you know, I just found that clip to be fascinating. I think it perfectly encapsulates the problem, right? The issue that we're dealing with as Black people is that we have people who are just not very smart, right? A lot of these individuals are just not very smart. Again, the irony here is that the pro-Blackly Black tried to accuse the lawyer of being closed-minded when the person that's actually closed-minded is the pro-Blackly Black, right? Because the pro-Blackly Black has convinced themselves in their tiny pea brain, right, in their mind, that Carmelo's innocent and that anything...
Right.
Now, today really isn't even about immigration. It's not really about race. It's not even really about politics, you know. It's about who gets to decide what matters, because every clip that you're about to watch sounds like it's arguing about something different, but underneath it, they all are wrestling the same exact thing. So let's go ahead and start with this throwback clip. I felt like was really appropriate.
Racial redistricting.
On the campaign,
you literally are taking Memphis, which is a city that with Black voters, and you split it in three, stretching 3,000 miles.
Who's the current Democrat congressman there? What is?
Okay, y'all so hung about these Black voters. These Black voters keep on voting for stupid stuff, and nothing has happened for them. The crime is keep going up. Homelessness keep on going up. Housing is going up. Everything is going up with these Democrat cities in state. Trash, crime. That's insane. Y'all keep voting for the same stuff and expect for it to change. And it hasn't changed over, 70 years, damn near, if not longer? Come on, y'all. Stop hitting your head against the brick wall. Man, you gotta wake up, people. Yeah, wake up. America about to be 250 years. We cannot let this America fall apart with this Muslim trash, people confused what gender they are. We cannot fall apart as Americans. We got to stay strong. We got to stay united. And stay, you know what I'm saying, as the world leader, strong.
Is it a black congressman?
Just because black people are allowed to like people that don't look like them?
Exactly. And that is the point I wanted you to make, because just because you're not going to have a black congressman, why is it that a Republican can't do just as well representing black voters as a Democrat?
Because
why
they aren't electing.
Why does your race determine your politics?
It does. No. You're making my point, actually. The assumption is black people. No. The assumption is black people will only elect black people. No, black people
That's
are
what
smart enough
happened.
to elect. No, let me finish. Black people will elect people who will actually represent them, who have their best interests in heart. And what Republicans have done in Tennessee is dismantle the power.
Oh, I get it. You want free stuff. You want the government to tell you what to do. That you can't buy sugary drinks and all that. Y'all cool with that. Get the booster shots. You can't go nowhere. Stay in the house. Y'all cool with the mandates, huh? Y'all silly.
For black people to have their voice. They did the same thing in Texas because they said they thought Latinos were going to swing for Republicans. There are black people that are represented. I'm black and I got a Republican president right now. Black people don't elect black people based on race. They elect people that are aligned with their their beliefs in justice, and just took that away from them in Tennessee and in other states.
I just disagree that the only kind of a politician who can elect black people in Congress must be a Democrat. This is just an artificial.
That's not what I'm saying.
Democratic
That's
Party.
not what I'm saying.
Black voters are still fully franchised and go vote for whoever they want.
That's not what
it just
I'm
doesn't
saying.
have to be a Democrat.
Well, I mean, Brad, to your suit.
I don't think you're really making my argument. No, he didn't make your argument at all. You just wanted something to say. Scott Jennings did something here that television almost never rewards, right? He didn't answer the argument. He answered the assumption. I want you to, you watch how fast the discussion shift from, who represents people to who looks like people. That's a completely different conversation, by the way. And once those become interchangeable, you stop measuring representation by results and start measuring it by appearances. She's sitting there trying to claim that we as a whole don't vote based on identity. There's a reason, man. He asked.
What's up, common sense?
The question instead of making the statement. Questions exposed.
What's up, Chad? What's up, everybody? What's up? Conservative common sense. What up, man? What up?
Shortcuts people don't realize that they're taking. Now, if that's how we decide representation, how do we decide opportunity?
Those are my thoughts on DEI.
Want to erase the word black in their attack on DEI. They want to erase the word and they want to erase black people.
I've been black my entire life. One thing that I always talk about is my district back home in Houston, Texas. It's a white majority district, overwhelmingly. And I won this district because I'm literally being judged not by the color of my skin, but by the content of my character. This is the America that we live in today. But not just me, but my brother, sister, and I all went to West Point. We all served our country. We all earned advanced degrees. And I am a United States congressman in a white majority district. I do not want to be judged by the way I look. I want to be judged by my grit, hard work, acumen, determination, and then that's how I want people to view and judge me, not just because of the color of my skin. And let me tell you something. I am a veteran. I'm a father. I'm a husband. I'm a follower of Christ. I'm a very, very, very proud veteran, very proud of this country, and I'm also proud of being black. But I want the color of my skin to be far, far further down the list of my merits than anything else. And that's why I really am proud of the doing away with the DEI initiatives, because again, I don't care what you look like. Who's the best? Who wants to put in the work? That's what this country is all about, a meritocracy.
No, that's right. I know that's right. Preach, my guy. This is what the DEI conversations usually get messy, because two ideas get mixed together: opportunity and outcome. Most people agree everyone deserves an opportunity. The disagreement starts when success itself becomes something that has to be engineered. No employer ever says, I hope my surgeon was the second best applicant. Nobody ever says, I hope my pilot, barely beats the cutoff. I'm just saying, I don't want the second best surgeon. I don't want the second best.
Oh, you want the
I
best.
want the second best driver.
You want the best. No DUI. No DEI.
Look, man, every important decision in your
No
life.
DEI. Didn't earn it.
Every important decision in your own life suddenly becomes merit-based. It's funny how that works, right? Now let's go ahead and zoom out, because this next clip isn't talking about hiring. It's talking about, it's pretty, I ain't gonna preface it with that. It's talking about entire communities. How about that?
I want y'all to check this out right quick. 800,000 illegal immigrants live in Houston. They've taken over all the black neighborhoods. There are no more black neighborhoods in Houston.
Damn.
3rd Ward, Acres Home, Sunnyside, South Park, Cashmere Gardens, Brentwood, all the high schools. There were predominantly African-American high schools. They're gone. Washington, D.C., Southeast D.C. is gone. All of New York, gone. Port of Chicago, gone. Pick a city, pick a town. Black communities are disappearing all over this nation, and we are under attack.
All this is the result for voting blue no matter who. They tell you about all this black and brown, all this minority coalition shit, when people are actually coming into your community to erase you and replace you. Exactly what he said. That's why I want black people to stop with this, all this black and brown alliances, these minority coalitions. These people coming into your community to take, not give, not add on to, but to take. And after they get their weight up, they say, fuck you. They don't give a damn about you. Go look in the comments how they feel about you, black man, black woman. This is the problem with black people. We're too friendly. We're too inviting, man. And this type of behavior is the very reason why they're saying by 2053, your net worth is going to be zero. You're the least homeowners and the least business owners. You're too goddamn friendly. And a lot of you niggas love a lot of interracial relationships. And you're thinking with your dick instead of your goddamn life. A lot of y'all don't see the value in preserving your race, culture, and your community, which makes you an enemy to the black community.
Now, whether you agree with everything being said here or not, I want you to listen to what emotion is driving it. It's fear of disappearing, right? Every community worries about losing something, right? Sometimes it's a job, sometimes it's neighborhoods, sometimes it's traditions, sometimes it's...
Right. He said Dems moved millions of illegals into every non-rich neighborhood, but the majority were left in black. Yeah. Like in Chicago, they sent all the illegals, the immigrants, how you want to put it, to the west side and the south side of Chicago, but they were not sent them to Oak Park, Forest Park, or River Forest. You know, that's crazy as hell. But then guess what happens? Those the same people that stay out there protesting to keep them the illegals from coming to their neighborhood. They want to go to the black neighborhood, but not to the rich neighborhood. They'll be the ones in the forefront, straight sending people off, man. These damn liberals. Because Oak Park, River Forest, and all of them, they definitely Democrats and liberals. Rainbow flags throughout the whole neighborhood. Like, Jesus Christ. Wow. But yeah, they won't send them to Oak Park, River Forest, none of that. They sent them straight to the city. And then people, when ICE did come to Chicago, started deporting people out of Chicago, they was going to the abandoned buildings that shouldn't have been open. Them houses shouldn't have been open, but the illegals in there. And they get mad over that. They taking Americans. No, it wasn't. And everybody was detained. They was getting the doggone immigrants up out of there. Shouldn't have been over there. Amazing.
Just culture. The mistake people make is dismissing their concern before understanding why it's being expressed. Now, ignoring the concern doesn't erase it, even if you don't like it. Usually it just makes it louder. Now, I want you to notice, though, we went from talking about policy to talking about entire groups of white people. Like he's warning about judging people as groups while doing the exact same thing himself. That's exactly why this next clip is, let's just say, getting so much attention.
The Supreme Court handed down a few rulings, and one of them ended TPS status for Haitians and Syrians. And this Haitian lady, she did this public speaking event, and she was big, man. Did y'all see her? She was going off. The whole time she was going off, I was singing, "You gotta go, you gotta go." But she did make a couple of points, though. Because she said, that it was cruel to, split families apart and, all these children that have been born in the United States. And I thought about that because, they have had temporary status here for quite some time now. And this was a 6-3 decision across the board. Is the Supreme Court trying to tee us up for something? Is they trying to tee us up for something? Because it would be cruel for us to split these families apart, but they wouldn't be split apart if we ended birthright citizenship. And we said they ain't Americans no way, so take your children with you, because they're not Americans. You came here on temporary status under the jurisdiction of another country, so you can take your children with you. And y'all gotta go, and y'all gotta go. So I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful that that's the outcome of birthright citizenship, But I'm still reserved because I don't want to get my hopes up too high. But that does seem like that would be the natural course of things, don't you think? So I sure in the hell hope like it for I could be singing, y'all gotta go, y'all gotta go.
Now, this clip references the Supreme Court allowing the current administration to move forward with ending temporary protected status for many Haitians and Syrians. There's a real legal development. The speaker's conclusion about what it means politically is her own opinion. But notice something interesting. She didn't spend most of her time actually talking about immigration. She's talking about identity, who belongs, who gets prioritized, who counts first. Different people answer those questions differently, I'll just say that. That's why immigration debates almost never stay about immigration. Then, here comes the response from the elected official.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am deeply disappointed and devastated by today's Supreme Court decision. This ruling allows the Trump administration to cancel temporary protective status for Haitians and Syrians. This decision impacts people who have built their lives here, not just in Massachusetts, but across this country, under a lawful program, and people who cannot safely return to home due to war, instability, and other circumstances. My office has always and will always value the contributions of our immigrant communities and those who choose to work and live in the greatest country. We see you.
If these people fighting for America more they fight for the immigrants, America be 100%. 100%. You know what I'm saying? What we know it is. America is great. These Democratic Party is terrible, man. They don't care about America. They care about power and the illegals. Insane.
We value you, not merely for your cultural contributions, but for your economic contributions to the great Commonwealth, and also for your humanity. Massachusetts would not be the best state in the country without our immigrants, period, including our Haitian brothers and sisters, our Syrian brothers and sisters, and every other immigrant community who are here.
So something totally different. The Massachusetts Attorney General focuses on the human impact. Families, communities, lives already built. That's a perspective many people genuinely hold. Others look at the same ruling and focus on whether existing immigrants or immigration law, rather, should be enforced consistently. It should. Evenly. Every single time. I'll just say same event, different priority, though. That's why these conversations rarely end with anyone changing their mind, unfortunately. They're often starting from different first principles. I don't know, man. Law is the law. The left just loves to lean on this compassion. Now, this last clip takes the discussion somewhere almost nobody expects, not even you.
And this is what I wanted to let you guys know too. I gotta tell you this. I also thought about what he said about ancestral worship. Remember now, there's a push that I've noticed some years ago that the evil powers that be, they're trying to pull Black people away. They're trying to pull all of us away from the true Christianity of the Holy Bible and try to get us into another so-called Christianity, which is really Satanism, or trying to make us believe that Christianity is like a white man's religion. So that's why you can cause it to appeal to people who are so blackety-black. They're so pro-Black that they're more pro-Black than they are pro-God. They put their skin color above God. And you could say, well, it's about our ancestors. We're channeling our ancestors. He mentioned ancestral worship. Outside of the Carmelo Anthony during the trial, outside of the courthouse, in Collin County, Texas, there was a woman there doing some kind of ancestral, some kind of witchcraft. She was making marks in the sand, in the dirt, and had some sticks. And there were people there that looked like they were literally possessed. Okay, so that has gotten into Black people through the music. Now, they were doing it with white children as well, because I remember this group called Kiss and Marilyn Manson. They were drinking blood, had this paint on their faces. They looked like demons, pranced around the stage. All the men had long hair. Remember that, guys? And you're just like, wow. And now they've been doing it to the Black children, the Black youth.
Now, whether you agree with these conclusions or not, the conversation isn't really about hip hop. It's about influence. Every generation in here's voice is telling them who they are. Some find identity in politics, some in music, some in culture, some in faith. Bigger question isn't who has the loudest microphone. It's who gets the final word in your life. That's the question every person answers, even if they're not going to say it out loud. And now, obviously, these clips were not identical. They weren't even making the same arguments, but they all circle one question. What should matter most when a country makes decisions? It's a debate that's not ending anytime soon. Now, I'd rather hear people explain why they believe something than simply repeat slogans from either side, if I'm being honest. Now, if you enjoyed today's discussion, I want you to write the word Trump did it. That's it, man. We trying to get this country back. That's all. And then we have Psalm 127:1. Unless the Lord builds the house, the builders labor in vain. Y'all be safe. Go check on somebody today. You can quite literally be saving their life. Peace.
At this point, it's absolutely official because according to this latest poll from CNN, which is a true nightmare for Chuck Schumer, his career as the leader of the Democrat Party is officially over.
And they have a Democratic leader in the Senate in Chuck Schumer, but I think Alyssa Slotkin is channeling Democratic voters on this one because it's no longer the overall electorate that doesn't like Chuck Schumer. Look at this change among Democrats themselves. Chuck Schumer's net favorable rating with Dems now versus the last time Democrats were going for that Senate majority. In early 2020, look at this. Chuck Schumer was 40 points above water, very much on the positive side of the ledger with Democrats. Look at this. Look at this change. This is nuts. Johnny B off on the side going, my goodness gracious. Now he's a point underwater with Democrats. Chuck Schumer isn't unpopular overall. He is that. He's not just that. He's actually not popular with Democrats. Alyssa Slotkin, who's a moderate Democrat, her comments not coming out of left field.
Again, to be clear, this is among Democrats.
This is among Democrats where Chuck Schumer is struggling.
All right.
I think it's safe to say that Democrats are now truly rejecting their own leadership. And we know this to be true because we talked about it last week with Hakeem Jeffries, who had failed to respond to that devastating loss on Tuesday, where his candidate that he endorsed got blown out of the water by Mamdani's endorsed candidate, who is a Democrat socialist, as they call them. And so I think these numbers are just a confirmation of what we already know, but I think it's still entertaining and an affirmation of how we've been describing the failed leadership of the Democrat Party and why they find themselves where they're at today. And it only gets worse for Schumer, because then they follow up with this poll with voters in New York only. Look at this.
How's he doing among Democrats in New York, his home state?
Yeah, you think that this number is bad. What about here in his home state of New York? I tell you, these numbers scream primary challenge 2 years from now. Look at this. Okay, New York Dems who view Chuck Schumer favorably. Again, in early 2020, it was 75%, 3 in 4 Democrats. Now it is less than half. Less than half of Democrats in Chuck Schumer's home state of New York, 47% who view him favorably. This is part of a larger picture in which Democrats are turning against their leadership. They are specifically turning against Chuck Schumer. He is actually underwater nationally with Democrats. And even in his own home state of New York, the Empire State, he can't even reach 50% favorable rating with Democrats.
I mean, if you're Chuck Schumer, that's why you haven't said anything publicly, because what can you say? He can't even defend his record, his career, his platform, his messaging right now. The only message that he can come up with is we are going to stop Trump. That's what he said. And I think we know why that is, because the numbers continue to look bad. Now, what you guys see here on the screen was really a segue into the overall point here on why this is happening to Chuck Schumer, because someone's got to fill a vacuum, right? Democrats, Socialists of America are gaining ground. They are essentially taking over the Democrat Party. And the next test, whether or not that is true, is in the state of Colorado. It is true in New York City, but is it true in Colorado? Well, this candidate by the name of Melit Quiros, who's going up against a established Democrat by the name of Deunta Lockett, who's been the dean of Colorado's congressional delegation, having served in the House since 1997, by the way. So again, you have a young candidate versus an old candidate. And already, according to Decision Desk HQ, it says here that Quiros is leading her 41% to 36%. And here's the striking thing about all of this, in case you're curious. The established Democrat has already received $2.4 million in endorsements, okay, or donations, that is. And guess what Quiros has received? Only $681,000. So when candidates who claim to be essentially socialists, who are not even getting the same amount of money as far as their other opponents are getting, and they're winning their elections, ladies and gentlemen, we have a problem on our hands. And what can the Republican Party do about all of this? They can't go out there in front of a camera and speak against it. They got to deliver it through the results and the outcomes of their policies.
All right, now we're going to do rapid fire.
Okay.
Do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
Do you support universal child care?
Yes. And elder care.
And elder care?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not in favor of giving boomers anything, but that's fine. That's the difference between you and I guess. The abolition of ICE.
Yes.
The Green New Deal.
Yes.
National rent control.
Yes.
Interesting. Ending the embargo on Cuba.
Yes.
Ending the embargo on, ending the war in Iran.
Yes.
Ending aid to Israel.
Yes.
Sanctioning Israel.
Yes.
A free Palestine.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you.
We wanted to play you guys that clip because I think that was the clearest way to show you what their message, what their platform, and what they truly are all about. Okay? Now, we don't have to attack these people personally, by the way.
And you call them, they say MAGA's a code. She checked all the boxes. Really? That's crazy as heck, man. That's crazy. Insane, you guys.
Don't need to, do all of that. We just got to look at their policies and exercise the concept here of there are no solutions, but only trade-offs. There's a difference between intentions and outcomes. We also should be looking at the incentives. And the bottom line is, where in history has it been proven that things like this work? So let's go down the line. Medicare for all. It can work in a socialist type of country. I mean, Canada, for an example, they have to pay 60% of taxes. I mean, just imagine, you got to essentially work almost 8 months out of 12 months just to finally start making money, because the first 8 months is going to the government. Okay, is it worth the squeeze in the end?
How should we all feel about that?
Pretty terrified, Carly, but good morning. But yes, this is coming, and it's coming fast, unfortunately. Malat here, what surprises me about her being a Democrat socialist is that she's from Ethiopia. Her family came here when she was a baby. They used the American dream via a visa to get everything they ever could want. I mean, her dad came here with hardly nothing. The family worked hard. They used the community and the different tools here that we offer in this great country. He became a pharmacist. His daughter became a lawyer. She was a lawyer, and now she actually got fired for being a lawyer for being too radical and for protesting on behalf of Palestine and saying heinous things about Israel. And now she's in her second year of her PhD program. So it just kills me to hear these champagne socialists talk about wealth inequality and affordability when this girl's been going to school for the better part of her life.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You have someone who's not even from this country, someone who clearly got poisoned when she went to the universities, clearly didn't learn anything about discernment, critical thinking, looking at the actual data, has bought into the propaganda. Her own life has benefited from capitalism and the founding fathers in regards to their creation of a constitutional republic. But now she wants to push policies that contradict it all. You just can't make it up, folks. And the sad part about all this, the numbers continue to trend in her direction. As you guys already know, America only turns 250 once. And to celebrate, Angel Studios is doing something pretty incredible. Right now, they're offering a premium Angel Guild membership for just $15 a month.
Particular, it is a whole new world.
All right, so let's take a step back and see the full picture. You have establishment Democrats losing their primaries to people who are not even receiving the same amount of donations, who have literally no experience in government office, technically, who are representing radical policies, socialist policies, and they're losing to them. That is an indictment on the leadership. And this just isn't in Congress, folks. You're about to see this play out at the governor level in the state of Colorado. Look at this.
That's what the thought was. He was leading in all the early polls, but he had a challenger in Phil Weiser, the attorney general in that state. And look at how these odds have changed. Look at how these odds have changed. Michael Bennet, at the beginning of this month, look at this. 82% chance to win according to the Kalshi prediction market. Phil Weiser, just a 21% chance. These numbers have totally flip-flopped. Now it is Phil Weiser who's actually the favorite heading into tomorrow. Michael Bennet, who of course is a longtime senator from the great state of Colorado, is an underdog running for governor. This is how toxic the Democratic brand in Washington, D.C. is, and Chuck Schumer in particular.
Yeah, so at the base level here, the pushback to these policies are that these policies are way outside common sense and what history has shown to actually work. And their justification is nothing has worked up to this point, so we might as well go down this road instead of looking at what already is in place and seeing what can we modify in order to make the system work more efficiently. Now, I understand the attitude of wanting to blow things up, but at the expense of what exactly? Well, as you guys know, my whole coin or my term that I love using is, they're always catering to the minority at the expense of the majority, which ends up having the opposite effect of what their policies are intended to do. And so the bottom line here is moderation is the better alternative here. Like, for an example, I would actually settle as an American citizen for someone who is moderate if they're not going to be conservative. What I won't want to settle for is someone who is clearly an extremist, want to blow things up, and not even entertain a moderate policy or position. I mean, it's really crazy. And it's gotten so crazy that even a crazy person by the name of James Carville, who has a serious case of Trump derangement syndrome, he isn't on board with this.
Politico says the Dems already had AOC. Now they have DAC. What are your thoughts on Chevalier being a leader of the party potentially?
I don't think that the congressional Democrat should seat her as a member of the Democratic Party. She actually describes herself as a Democratic socialist. I don't have anything in common with someone that says that they're against interracial dating or doesn't want to have any incarceration for convicted felons. That's just not who I think the Democratic Party is, and they ought to let her be a Democratic socialist. But I don't think they should you can't kick out of Congress. She was voted, but she doesn't have to be in a Democratic caucus. I don't know how people describe themselves at all. That's one thing. How they vote is another. With Jason Crow, we've recruited veterans all across the country, vote vets. We've run in a lot of seats like that. And these are the kind of Democrats that I want to help and be a part of the same party. I don't have anything in common with Ms. Chevalier, and I really don't want to be in the same party she's in.
So you have to admit, if James Carville is pushing back, they've gone a little bit too far. And listen, the justification here is polling, as you guys have seen from time to time, that there are a good amount of people in this country who are favoring socialism over capitalism. And it's because they don't feel like capitalism is working for them. They don't think the economy has improved, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't think the solution is still socialism, by the way. I think the solution is giving people the tools they need to rise out of poverty or increase their well-being. And I just don't think the politicians in D.C. I think they're the worst at doing that, in my opinion. And let's remember, people who are favoring socialism did not grow up in a socialist country. So they really don't understand socialism in the way that they think they do. They do understand capitalism to a certain extent, and that's why they've gone sour on it. I would argue if you really understand capitalism, you wouldn't be supporting socialism, but that's a whole nother thing. So let's go back to this candidate, Ms. Quiros, because here's what she says as the justification for why she's probably going to win her election, because the state of Colorado supports socialism.
Denver's not New York, but Denver actually rates socialism higher than we rate capitalism by 4 points. And, when I talk to voters about what we're doing and why I'm a democratic socialist, I remind them that we have socialism already, right? It's in the roads that we drive on. It's in the schools we send our kids to. It's in the fire stations we call upon. I'm just asking that we extend that security to our healthcare, to our housing, to our nutritional food, to our higher education, so that we're actually meeting the basic needs of everyday working families in this country. So that we're not just getting by and surviving, so that we're actually thriving. And in the wealthiest, most powerful country on earth, we're not asking for much.
Now, let me take you to something I've been studying for many, many years now, ever since I was 30. So I would say about 8 years. The Strangest Secret by Earl Nightingale, one of the best philosophy messages you're ever going to hear on the concept of success in the United States of America. He goes on to make this point that the human race is structured to protect its weakest members, much like a convoy that must travel at the speed of its slowest vessel to stay in formation. Now, because society sets a plateau of security that ensures survival for virtually anyone without requiring special talent, it takes very little effort to simply get by. However, because of this, the system holds back high achievers who want to break away from the pack and aim higher. And so, as I often say, once again, they're essentially catering to the minority at the expense of the majority, instead of catering to the majority, which will actually help the minority rise out of that, by the way, because when you reinvest.
Democrat insiders are now worried that Justice Department probing California Governor Gavin Newsom's inner circle, including his wife's taxes and her nonprofits, that it's going to hurt his run for the White House.
Well, an investigation should hurt your chances of becoming president if you're unfit to be president, right? At least that's what people like Governor Newsom and his wife tell us about President Trump. But you see, this isn't just about the governor or his family and their alleged scams, because although they might be the ones under investigation, there is an entire fraud complex behind them that does not want to be exposed.
I don't know how this is legal, but he essentially gives these NGOs millions of dollars and then they donate back to his campaign. And it is so dirty and so corrupt, but somehow legal.
Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president.
He's trying to blame it all on Donald Trump, which is basically the only thing that we've heard from him so far. He's saying that the DOJ is weaponized against him because Donald Trump is somehow nervous he's going to run for president.
And so when I had a look at Jennifer Newsom's charity, I found that she was paying herself since 2012 $3.7 million million. This is a lot of money when you look at the amount that the charity brings in.
I think that this is very serious for Gavin Newsom, because you look at polling, for example, the last 4 that I've seen, it's Gavin Newsom trailing Kamala Harris, who isn't exactly, the Caitlin Clark of presidential candidates, by 22 points, 19 points, 17 points, 18 points.
So look at this. Governor Newsom has been suspiciously directing money to his connected nonprofits. What a shocker. And the reason I say this is because the stuff going on in California right now, these are the things people point the finger at President Trump and they say, this is what he's doing. He's the one that's corrupt, but really it's them. They're the ones doing this. At least those are the allegations. But should we be surprised that in America's largest sanctuary state, which is full of fraud, every fraud, from immigration fraud to medical fraud to the defrauding of the needy to feed the homeless industrial complex, that elected officials wouldn't be looking at all of this plundering and not be tempted? Well, it appears they have.
Right, them charges is bogus as hell. That was all misdemeanors. And then the bank wanted to work with him anyway. The bank was like, Trump, cool. On the real. Yeah, they did Trump bogus, man. Assassination, trying to bankrupt him, put him in jail. Couldn't go to his son's graduation. I'm like, y'all just corrupt, man. And you're talking about no kings. Really? Man can't go to his son's graduation. That's insane.
Looked, they have been tempted, and they've gotten in on the plundering. And how does this happen? Well, apparently it's pretty easy to orchestrate if you're the governor and your wife runs nonprofits, with the governor allegedly ordering companies to donate money to groups he was connected with or were directly run by his wife. Then those same companies would be given lucrative no-bid contracts by the California government after making such donations. And since they're making money in California, they could then use some of it to support political candidates of their choosing. And guess who those turn out to be? But that brings us to the real reason the federal government has to investigate this. Can you imagine if Trump's kids had a nonprofit and Trump told Lockheed Martin, hey, donate to my kid's nonprofit, and after they do, Trump says, by the way, here's a government contract that's about the same amount of money that you donated to my kids.
Right, they protested about Maduro, like he should go back, he should go get a fair trial. Like, these people are not from America, how they can get a trial? Why you want us keep paying for stuff that makes no sense? We're already paying for people in jail already. You want to pay for people who don't belong here. We are trillions of dollars in debt already. I get that us being in debt helps us out, but not like that, man. Not like this, man. This is insane. $1 trillion in debt. $37 trillion in debt. Within a couple of years. We gotta vote people better, man. Democrat people don't vote for the same people. Because they say something free, they going with it. That's how the party switched. Democrats went for the blacks went for free stuff, government assistance. And Republican parties, you know what I'm saying? Like they say, the Republican Party for the party of rich. Yeah, people that working, getting their money. That's crazy. COVID, you can't even go to work during COVID. They want you to get the government assistance and stay in the house. Amazing.
That would be a national scandal, and that's what's happening in California because the Newsom machine has allegedly solicited $350 million worth of these donations, some of which were made to his wife's nonprofits, and all of this is public record. We can see what it is. And the reason that that's fascinating is because it makes the moment you're about to see, which was caught on camera, totally bizarre. Watch this.
Governor, Madam First Lady, it's great to see you both. We're live on MS Now. You've been very, very forceful in your condemnation of this DOJ investigation. And to both of you, I would love for you guys to both address this and what's happening.
All on contrast today. I mean, got up there, literally started tearing up. And I think everybody feels that spirit and that pride that we've been missing. And we didn't realize how much we've been missing it. We have people that frankly are unworthy of their positions.
Hey, who is this person? DOD. Hey, I'm a real person, man. You get my channel, check my page out. My name is Deunta Lockett. Ain't no bullshit, bro. I believe in America. American first. Period. Ain't nobody playing around here, man. Nobody playing around here, man. MAGA for real.
So Gavin Newsom is asked point blank about being investigated, and the best answer he has is that the people investigating are criminals themselves.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Not a very good answer. He doesn't have an answer. He never expected to be asked about what he was up to because this is just how stuff works in California. And we know that because of what his wife said next. Watch.
Investigation. What do you want to say?
I'm just so grateful for this inspiration and leadership. We need more of this.
Hey, this is stuff that happens in other countries.
Yeah, he's right. This is stuff that happens in other countries. And that's why it's being investigated, because this stuff is happening in California. But if this is their answer, it proves that the Newsoms never thought for a second anyone was ever going to call him out on this. Remember, Kamala and Tim were supposed to be running America. They were going to let all the fraud keep going. No one was ever going to ask. No one was ever going to check. And if they checked, it wasn't going to matter because it was going to be instituted.
Yeah, I'm glad you're in the chat. You know what I'm saying? DOD. Appreciate that. But you got me all wrong. You don't know who I am. You just come straight in judging. That's insane.
Nationalized all across our country. But here's what Gavin Newsom has to say about these investigations when he has a moment to compose himself and look straight into the camera in a social media video. Watch.
Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president. Because he hates that I've consistently called him out over and over again for his lies and deceit.
So that might look like it was an official proclamation by the governor. And while he is the governor and he was on an official looking set, that was actually posted to his personal social media to defend himself. And he says Trump's out there and he's looking for a crime and he's not going to stop looking until he can make one up or discover one that's not really a big deal. But this makes it sound like Trump is the first president to investigate Gavin Newsom. Is that true?
Gavin Newsom wants you to think that Trump is weaponizing the DOJ against him because he's running for president. Get real. The probes into Newsom, his wife, his ex-chief of staff, started under Biden.
And she was helping Kamala during her campaign. And she Kamala had $1 billion. Now she $20 million in debt, if not more. And she left the Democrat Party. I know she's a Republican or independent, but she left the party. She said they full of shit. And they are. They never change. That's crazy. They asked them to stand up for us. Doing a State of the Union, say, hey, if you love America, you love you know what I'm saying? You love your voters, stand for your voters. We are voters. We are American. We born here. They ain't even stand up for us. They stood up for King Charles. Insane. No kings, but soon King Charles came. They was celebrating. Insane.
And stem from Democratic whistleblowers
using
Trump to cover his own crimes.
Okay, so President Biden is the one that started these investigations? I thought all of this was Trump's fault. I thought Trump was the big meanie here. Could it be that Gavin's fraud was...
Right. Don't they got a poop app in California? Somebody actually took time out to make a poop app where the poop is located in California in the streets. That's sad, man. California need help. It's a big city and it's a shithole. There was no way no veteran should be out like that in a wheelchair, homeless, sleeping in the tents. Same thing with Chicago. None of these veterans should be sleeping outside in tents or on the ground. So when the illegals come, they get the hotels, they get money and everything, cars. Hey, we got our Americans, they ain't getting shit. We got people in jail they ain't fighting for, but they'll fight for the illegals that's being detained, protesting, blowing whistles, obstructing justice. That's crazy. Get your Uncle Tyrone in jail right now. You ain't fighting for him. You get relatives in jail. They ain't fighting for the relatives in jail. They're going to fight for somebody else. They not even here. Came here illegally, came here bogus, committed a crime coming here. They want to fight for these people. You know what I'm saying? I love them, but coming the right way.
So out of line that even President Biden, whose successor was going to be Kamala and Tim, if that group says that your fraud is so bad, they have to investigate you, you know something's out of whack. Old Joe was looking around one day and he said, you know what? This guy, Gavin, he's not that good at hiding the fraud. He's not as good as Timmy. So we're going to go with Timmy. He's going to be the VP. And then we're going to investigate Gavin because somebody's got to make Tim look legitimate. And that's how we can do that. We can investigate Gavin because he's even worse. And as you're about to see, the more you look into this.
DOD, what you trying to, what you want to see? DOD Black. DOD 2 Black. Drop the link. What you want to talk about?
The worse it gets for the Newsoms.
I don't know how this is legal, but he essentially gives these NGOs millions of dollars and then they donate back to his campaign. And it is so dirty and so corrupt, but somehow legal.
That's pretty wild. But she makes a good point. This is all legal in California. Laws have been passed to make.
Right. I mean, DOD, me to debate you is a waste of the time because I'm MAGA regardless. You're not going to tell me Trump bad, Democrat Party's the best, or whatever. I'm not going to change my mind. I love America, period. I don't hear about no white supremacy, the white man, what slavery did. It's 2026. I live in the now. Right. Trump's the greatest president ever, period. Fuck Obama. Fuck Biden, all of them. Once again, I don't hate nobody, but hey, I say fuck them. Because how in the hell Obama become a multi-millionaire living in Martha's Vineyard? And he played everybody in Chicago when it comes to the presidential tower that he got his library. He bogus as hell what he did to them people in Jackson Park. Talk about grifting. Who's grifting? I love America.
Make things that are illegal elsewhere
Talk
legal
about me? What you want to talk
right
about?
here. But what we're talking about here are these $340 million in quote unquote behest payments, which is where the politician can solicit donations on behalf of third parties, even if that third party is his wife who he files a joint tax return with. Apparently Blue Shield gave $20 million and then was rewarded with a contract of a similar amount of money. Isn't that interesting? Kaiser gave $9 million and then got a similar contract. Funny. But here's where it really gets weird. Records list roughly $4.8 million for the California Partners Project, which includes $2.3 million from the Federated Indians of Graton Rancheria. The tribe gave $500,000 in April 2024, months before Newsom's office urged federal officials to reject a rival casino project, and another $500,000 a year later, about a month before California sued to block the project. It sounds like there's a casino going on here, and it's actually happening in the governor's mansion, underneath his watch.
Thanks, Hood. Appreciate that.
Full eyes.
A story claiming that Governor Newsom's wife and her firm pocketed more than $3 million from a gender stereotypes charity. For more on this, we're joined by the Daily Mail's chief investigative reporter, Josh Boswell. Josh, great to see you. So what made you look into Newsom's wife in the first place, and what did you find?
Well, there are just always a lot of questions that seem to be swirling around the Newsoms and their finances, have been for years. And so I thought, this is a man who clearly is going to be running for president. This is worth looking at, what their finances are, what the shape of them are. And so when I had a look at Jennifer Newsom's charity, I found that she was paying herself since 2012 $3.7 million. And this is a lot of money when you look at the amount that the charity brings in. It's sort of 1 to 1.7 million a year. And she's paying up to a third of that to herself and her own company, $300,000 a year. Now that is, I did a bit of data analysis looking at what charities that size usually pay their executives, and she was in the top 5% of all charities in the nation for pay.
Wow. So she receives more money from her charity than other charities pay their executives, which means that her charity is less charitable than the competition. So if you're going to direct money over here, it ain't doing as good as it could do if it went over here to another charity that's not paying its executives too much. She's in the top 5% of charities in the entire nation, apparently, but her charity is not. That's interesting. And that's what's so shocking to me about them getting caught on camera, ambushed, if you want to call it that, asked about this thing that they've been doing out in the open forever. And no one who premeditates something like this and thinks it's a problem goes out on the street without an answer. They didn't think any of this would ever be seen as illegitimate, and now it is.
So DOJ, of course, doesn't comment on the specifics of this. We've really only heard from Gavin Newsom claiming this investigation is targeting them, even though, as we mentioned, it started in 2022 in his orbit. Do you think that the charity is the reason DOJ might be investigating her?
Let's find out.
There's a whole bunch of reasons, potentially. There are a lot of questions around their finances. So the charity could be one of them. Now, it is legal for a charity to pay whatever they want to their executives. But one of the issues they might be looking at is who are the donors to the charity that are financing that pay? What kind of relationships do they have with the California government that Newsom is in charge of?
That's a great question.
There's also, if you look at his income, and he's released at least, partly to journalists in closed-door viewing sessions, his tax returns. And if you look at that, his income, it's about 1.2 to 1.4 million a year. And it just doesn't add up for all of his...
Isn't that fascinating? Gavin Newsom is one of the people that, Trump's a criminal, Trump's hiding something. Remember that whole debacle? Trump hasn't released the tax returns. How dare he? Well, here's the same thing. His tax returns aren't coming out either, and there's a very good reason for that.
Expenses. He's got massive mortgages, $625,000 in mortgage payments.
Wow.
And he's got at least $1 million in living expenses. And the two just don't add up.
That's crazy.
I would be interested in that if I were an IRS investigator. One other thing to look at
where's the money coming from?
The way that his property transactions are structured lead to a lot of questions. When he bought his $3.7 million Sacramento estate, it was done through an LLC, but that LLC doesn't seem to have appeared on his tax returns. There's all kind of questions of why he would do it that way, and he hasn't answered those satisfactorily.
Yeah, why would you use a fake company that doesn't exist to buy your house and then not disclose that company on your own tax returns? That's weird. It's almost as if you're trying to hide who owns the house, or you're playing some sort of game, or you're trying to disguise where the money was funneled into for that $3.8 million estate, which is a lot of money. If you're the governor of California, you're making $250,000 a year, and then you got your wife running a bunch of charities making around $300,000 a year. So the Newsom's annual income should be less than what their mortgages are. How are they living the life of elites in Silicon Valley without the income to do that? Unless they have the income to do that, it just doesn't come from anything that has a paper trail, at least a paper trail that's out in the open.
And that's California Governor Gavin Newsom blaming politics for the DOJ investigation into his and his wife's finances. This is days before the investigation became public. Newsom was fined over $31,000 for a late reporting of more than $5.5 million in charitable donations. Joining me now is California Post opinion editor Joel Pollack.
Hey,
Joel, great to see you. Thanks so much for being here. What's your take on this investigation?
Well, first of all, it wasn't just charitable donations. He was fined for failing to report what are called behested payments. These are payments that are allowed in California, where politicians ask donors to give money to charities of their choice. And in Newsom's case, the charity he was asking donors to give to was run by his wife. So that creates conflicts of interest, as does the fact that some of the donors had interests before the state.
Wow.
And the implication is that if you gave a little money to the governor's wife's charity, maybe the governor would be a little bit more inclined to favor your position as opposed to somebody else's. So that is already in the public domain. We don't know what else the DOJ is digging up. There are reports that they're looking into Jennifer Siebel Newsom's tax returns. But I can say this. We don't know whether these investigations are politically motivated or not. It didn't help John Bolton when he said that the investigation into his misuse of classified information was politically motivated. He just recently pleaded guilty.
Ooh, so there could really be a crime here. It really looks like the Newsoms have a pay-to-play operation that, hey, if you want to get ahead in California, you want to do business the right way, you better be doing business with the casino the governor's running at his $3.8 million estate. That better be your game plan, because if it's not, you're going to get passed over for a casino of your own. You're going to get passed over for that lucrative contract that can pay your bills and keep your company going. No wonder California is so poorly run. The fraud taking place on the streets has made its way all the way up to the top. Everyone is in on it. If you're not in on the fraud in California, you're not going to be running anything for very long. And now these people want to run the entire country. Think about that.
That doesn't actually explain whether Newsom is guilty or not.
True.
If Newsom were being honest with the voters of California, he would come clean about what these behested payments are, instead of waiting until beyond the deadline to account for it.
Why is he hiding it?
Wow. Meanwhile, prediction markets show positive movement for Newsom's presidential ambitions. Your
because he's under attack from Trump.
Well, I don't really pay a lot of attention to prediction markets. If prediction markets were correct, Eric Swalwell would be the leading candidate for governor today. He had over 2/3% likelihood. You know, prediction markets.
Those people lost their money.
Some value, mostly the same as anecdotal value. We believe in them because we think insiders are making money, often inappropriately, by trading on information that they only have access to. But often prediction markets are just getting the same garbage in, garbage out that the rest of us are getting from the media. And so I don't really place too much stock in them. But I will say that Newsom is leading a race to the bottom. Democrats seem to believe that the most important thing about 2028 is being the most anti-Trump candidate they possibly can be, even though Trump will not be on the ballot.
That's their whole platform at this point. The entire platform of this party is who can stand up to Trump the most. And that's what's fascinating. If you watch the social media video that Gavin Newsom made dressed up as the governor, the whole thing is a campaign video for why he should be your next president, because he's the one standing up to Trump for you. I don't know why you'd want to stand up to a president who's lowering gas prices and protecting the future of our country and the entire world from dangerous regimes for generations. I don't know why you'd want to stop that, but apparently Gavin Newsom thinks there's enough people in America who want to stop that if he can get them on his side, if they're not out there rioting, throwing themselves against the federal government at a jail somewhere, that he can win. So to him, these investigations are a fundraising opportunity. He's actually been doing quite a lot of fundraising off these investigations to boost himself up in the eyes of the voters. But those are going to have to be voters who want what Gavin Newsom wants, which has led us to where California is today, an absolute train wreck disaster.
And if Democrats thought that doing a good job was the criterion for being the presidential nominee, you would see Newsom clearing brush in California. You would see him actually balancing the state budget instead of dipping $20 billion into the reserves. Wow. You'd see him cleaning up crime. You'd see him helping rebuild in Pacific Palisades. You don't see him doing that. And he actually has no track record of accomplishments in California to talk about. He's got high-speed rail that doesn't go anywhere. He's got reservoirs that were planned and never built. He's got delta tunnels that were reduced from 2 to 1 and then never built. He basically has a resume of zero, and so he has to...
Actually, he does have a resume of accomplishments, but they're all fraudulent accomplishments, and that doesn't matter to the average American who wants lower gas prices and cheaper food and wants to see homes built that they can afford to live in at some point. No, it doesn't help that person, but what it does do is it does create a huge resume of accomplishments for the industrial fraud complex in this country. Who do you think their candidate's going to be? Is it going to be somebody that wants to crack down on fraud? You think they're going to elect Nick Shirley as president, the fraud complex? Absolutely not.
No, but luckily for him, that's what Democrats have an appetite for right now.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. And Joel, I spoke with California Congressman Ro Khanna here last week, and he admitted basically what he's looking for after I questioned him on his own White House aspirations. Watch this. Look, bottom line here, you've been testing the waters openly. You've been coming on a lot, talking about all these other issues beyond just your own portfolio. Do you want to break some news? Are you running in 28?
Look, I believe that the central issue is the economic divide in this country. And I have a vision of economic patriotism. I want that platform out there. Look, I was speaking to the Teamsters. I'll just take this 20 seconds on this point. And I was going through my whole economic plan. And then I said, I know a lot of people out here have voted for Trump. And you know what? We've got to stop insulting each other. We've got to start working together. We've got to start to figure out a united purpose in this country.
I think you answered my question.
He's moderating. Well,
I think you answered my question. The answer is yes.
I love coming on here because
Congressman, you're running on Trump's agenda. You're running on Trump's agenda. He's building up America. He's getting the supply chains to America. You're running on Trump's agenda. That's it. We got it.
Trump identified a lot of the problems.
Why else is he on Fox News if he's not running on Trump's agenda? Who's he trying to get votes from? That would be you and me and reasonable people that might not want to vote for the mess going on in California. And that's where all these people are from. They think their list of accomplishments in California is going to get them the two things that almost got Tim and Kamala into the White House. I say almost. They lost in a landslide. But these are the two things they want. The first thing they want is the backing of the industrial fraud apparatus in America, because all the scammers of this country are going to do everything they can to funnel money into whoever their candidate is. And then they think if they moderate their positions at the very last minute like this, that they can get the fraud money and your votes, which is what they're going to need to win. Kamala and Tim, they might have got the fraud money. They might have got the fraudsters on their side, but they didn't get any of the votes. So it didn't work out. What do you think about that? See you in the next video.
Crazy, crazy.
FiveMind.com. These leftoids, they love to act as if they're these entitled, economically literate intellectuals who have thought everything through. They see through everything. They see the world as it really is. But it's very clear these people possess no ability to think deeply. It's hard to argue that you understand all the nuances of life when your entire ideology boils down to one alley. Pick an issue, pick a social ill, pick an economic problem, and then instead of having to think about it and analyze the actual factors, no, just blame Elon Musk. Just blame the billionaires. Holy friggin' moly, these people are not enlightened, folks. More like entitled. And it's this particular issue that I think exposes them the best, especially on issues of economics. These people have lost their minds and they're exposing themselves as nothing more than jealous, economically illiterate morons. They pretend as if their hatred for Elon Musk and other successful billionaires is grounded in the facts and justified, but they don't hate him because he's some force for evil. They hate him because he's wildly successful at the exact things that they claim to care about. Creating jobs, prosperity, and advancing technology, saving the world. But instead of recognizing the massive good that he's done for the world, they'd rather paint him as some sort of cartoonish villain and push this pathetic, baseless class warfare garbage. I got a couple clips I want to show you guys on this topic, and then of course let's have a conversation. We've got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, I've got this journalist here, and of course nowadays, journalist for the most part is kind of synonymous with dumbass leftoid. So I guess let's restart the sentence. I got this dumbass leftoid here posing as a reporter. Here he is engaging with Rupert Lowe in the UK, doing pretty much exactly what you might expect, engaging in slick propaganda work. Watch Rupert Lowe absolutely cut right through the bull.
Are you jealous? Are you jealous? What did you call him? You call him a tech oligarch? No. He's the most successful entrepreneur who has set up X as a free speech platform. So he's served the individual, and he has served free speech. Now, he's served free speech. He's not a tech oligarch. Elon Musk is a genuine, principled free speech advocate. Is he too involved in No, hang on. Before you start jumping around like a jack in the box, just listen for 1 minute. Okay, go ahead. You've made various accusations that are quite offensive and wrong. So why don't you just listen for a couple of minutes? His platform is a free speech platform which actually allows those people who want to express freely what they think to express what they think. His algorithms don't interrupt that at all. Indeed, he allows people to criticize himself on X, and he doesn't change the algorithm at all. So he's a highly principled, very successful, probably the most successful entrepreneur the world's ever seen. Why can't you just celebrate that?
Absolutely cook the leftoid scumbag. And this, of course, is what these journalists do, right? These journalists. They pretend as if they're simply asking a question. Oh, I'm just asking a question. But there's always this kind of duplicitous implication, this appeal to left-wing narrative, these attempts to set up a trap. This guy's not engaging in journalism. He's a propagandist engaging in the classic left-wing class warfare propaganda. And that's, of course, part of the irony. He claims that Elon Musk is a tech oligarch. No, Elon Musk is no oligarch. But you certainly are a scumbag propagandist. And there's just something so backwards about this culture that's being created on the left. These absolute morons who have never built a single thing in their lives, who haven't had nearly, not even a fraction, not even a grain of the type of positive impact that Elon Musk has had on the world. And yet they seem to have this hatred for successful people, for American entrepreneurs who are actually accomplishing something. It's very obvious they simply can't stand it when someone actually creates massive amounts of wealth and jobs instead of just whining about social issues on freaking TikTok, or nowadays, the TikTokers are taking over cities in Congress. These absolute losers attacking Elon Musk, but the reality is his impact on the markets, not just his companies, have created hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs. He's revolutionized multiple industries, and probably most importantly, we got a lot of global adversaries. He's one of the major forces keeping America ahead of China in the global economy. And very obviously, these jealous leftoids, I think they're either too filled with contempt and jealousy or too dumb to recognize it. It's pure friggin' envy. These unsuccessful, jealous losers, or these clear classist grifters, would rather play these divisive games and tear down America instead of celebrating possibly the most American thing ever, the most Western thing ever. Freedom, success, prosperity, the ability to achieve the most as an individual, and of course to have a positive impact on probably at the end of Elon Musk's story, billions of people, to go down in history as one of the great innovators. No, instead push entitlement and this unappreciative crap, this Marxist garbage that we're seeing, this resentment, jealousy, this bitter attitude towards success, and now it's taking over the Democrat establishment. Ro Khanna, of course, leading the charge. He just said this on Bill Maher's show, and honestly, I almost had a freaking brain aneurysm listening to this Marxist crap.
As we approach the 250th year anniversary of this country, let me just say this. We didn't fight a revolution to be ruled by tech billionaires.
Quote, we didn't fight a revolution to be ruled by the billionaires. First of all, who's we? I'm pretty sure you're from India. No one in your family shed blood for the revolution, you absolute fraud. And yet here he is trying to lecture the American people about what the revolution was for. Most annoying of all, getting it completely freaking backwards. The revolution was absolutely fought to have unregulated industry and free market. Do you understand what the Boston Tea Party was? Americans were sick of being taxed and controlled by a distant government, by this centralized monarch power, a centralized authority telling them what they could and couldn't do. What they wanted was liberty. They wanted to build. They wanted to trade. They wanted to keep what they earned in their pocket without some king or parliament stealing it. That's actually the entire point of the American experiment. And very clearly we're veering off the path. And yet here's Ro Khanna with no understanding of American history or how free American markets are supposed to work. Unimpeded, unbridled success, the ability to achieve it all, to create wealth, to build, world. That's kind of a foundational principle of the American system. And what's crazy is this guy's saying that that's somehow un-American and not what the revolution was fought over, yet here he is calling for taxes. We need more taxes. We need to take away and give the money again to some centralized power behemoth that gets to control and regulate the masses.
If you're working class, you're first in your family to go to college, you have all this debt, and then you're paying off your debt until you're 50 or 60 and can't get a house, we can pay off that debt. And you know how we pay for it? Tax Elon Musk. Tax the billionaires. You're not taxing the blue-collar guys.
Anytime you ask these people a question, well, how are we going to solve this problem? Oh, well, just go in Elon Musk's pocket and take it, as if it's this infinite wealth freaking piggy bank glitch. Unbelievable. Just tax the most productive people, creating all the jobs into oblivion. I'm sure that'll be great. Yeah, maybe for what, like 6 months? Maybe 2-3 years, maybe. Probably not, because government really can't seem to get anything right. But very clearly, stolen wealth only lasts so long. You know, you have to ask the question, what happens when you've taken everything from the current generation of creators and leaders? What about the next generation of kids? Who's going to pay for their schools and healthcare? If you disincentivize wealth creation and productivity, well, then where is the wealth that you are going to tax going to come from? It's the most basic economic and taxation fallacy. And yet, for some reason, people fall for it. They fall for these simplistic narratives, these entitlement and jealousy-driven narratives, instead of actually understanding the system and how the world works, instead of appreciating the current system and how it's increased everybody's standard of living. You benefit from Elon Musk winning on the global economy stage. But no, it's a whole lot easier to just tell people that rich man bad, just appeal to the human instinct of jealousy. He's not allowed to be that rich. Sow division, divide the people, and then, of course, conquer. That's what it is, folks. That's what we're going through. I'll say it again. We are in the midst of yet again another communist revolution. The red threat's staring you in the face. The question is, will you accept that reality or continue to pretend as if Democrats are just good-hearted liberals? Don't call them communists. That's an exaggeration. Face, will you acknowledge it? Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right, you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. It's been 4 hours I've been streaming with you guys. I really appreciate it. I got to cut my grass. It's about that time. Get it out the way now. I'll be back tomorrow. You guys are a blessing. I thank you so much.